we'll get started. Robin Quayle and I last year about this time, and Sherry McCord sitting over here, with three of us brought Bill in last February, had a real good turnout, and we decided to do it again this year. Robin and I have been talking with Bill for over the past several months, and we found out that he's got a lot of brand new material that you people, if you were to the one last year, is going to be new material. And one of the things he said last year, he said he was going to touch from kindergarten to about the 4th grade last year. And it made some people mad, but yet made them mad enough that a lot of you come back. Now, this year, he told me the other night, he said we're going to hit from about the 7th grade to the 10th grade, so we're into junior high. So maybe in 2 more years, we'll be into high school or college. So this is some of the things. Bill spent about 7 years in naval intelligence, and he'll get in a little bit about what he did in there. And then he spent the last 17 years putting together what he is going to share with us this afternoon. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Bill Cooper. Bill?
Thank you. I'm real happy to be here, and I've got to tell you that Southern hospitality is wonderful. When they talk about Georgia peaches, they're not kidding. And probably the best breakfasts that you can get anywhere are down south. My mother was from North Carolina, from Charlotte. I was raised on grits and all the good things. And it was funny, I didn't like it much when I was a kid, but now I can't get enough. It seems like we change over the years, and sometimes the poison becomes sweet. What I'm going to talk about today is a lot of how the sweetness has become poison. Just the opposite has been happening. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can change it. I'd like to know, how many of you are here from out of state? Good, excellent. We try very hard to notify everybody that we have an address on anywhere around any state that I'm going to be in, and I see that people are appreciating that. So we're not wasting our money on the postage. How many of you are here to see what I have to present and hear what I have to say for the first time? My God. Something is working. That's incredible. That's wonderful. How many of you have never seen any tape or heard any audio presentation of mine or been to any of my personal appearances? Okay, that's good. Something is really working. One of the most difficult things about what I talk about is get people to drop their preconceived notions, their preconceived ideas, it can't be happening, this is impossible, Bill Cooper's a nut. Get them to drop those kinds of obstacles and just take a look at the evidence. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want you to believe anything that I tell you today. I don't want you to believe anything that I present to you today. But I do want you to see it, and I do want you to listen. And maybe, just maybe, what I'm all about is just maybe you will see or hear something here today that's going to convince you that something is terribly wrong. And it's going to empower you to become active and help us find out exactly what is wrong and fix it. Because I believe that we don't have too much time left to do this. I hope that I'm wrong. I sincerely hope that I'm wrong. But I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, since I have begun telling the world what I know and what I've found in my research, thousands of people have set out to intentionally prove me wrong, to ridicule me, to discredit me, to do all of these things, and no one has succeeded. Everyone who has gone to research the evidence to try and prove that I'm wrong has only succeeded in proving that I'm right. And I have thousands of letters from these people. And they're amazed when they do it. There are people here today who were at my presentation last year who I know didn't believe anything that I told them. They were very skeptical. skeptical and have since become helpers in our crusade because they went out and looked at what's available. Most of the evidence is in the public domain. It's there for anyone to find. That's where I found it. That's not how I got started on it, but that's where I found everything that I'm going to show you today, most of what I'm going to talk about. There is also a lot of deception. There is layer and layer upon layer upon layer of misinformation, disinformation, just plain old ordinary bullshit, and a lot of other things to get in your way. So wading through that can sometimes be difficult. You have to use your gut feeling, you have to use your common sense, you have to dig. But it's important that you learn to do that. For those of you who are here for the first time today, let me give you some background on who I am so that I won't be some mysterious character up here rattling off information, which may or may not be true. I was reared in a military family. My father was a command pilot in the United States Air Force. He is a retired lieutenant colonel. He lives in the state of Texas now. A command pilot means that he literally has flown aircraft for thousands of hours and he's still alive. He started in biplanes and he ended up in jets. When I was a child, I can remember, I think I've scrambled through every airplane that the Air Force and the Army Air Force ever had when I was a child. My dad used to take me out to the flight line to see these planes. I've flown in many of them. I used to eavesdrop on the pilots when they sat around the kitchen table and talked about UFOs and Foo Fighters and dogfights and things that went wrong with their airplanes and everything that you can think of, until they would get sick of me and my brother and sister and send us out in the yard to play. And then we would play what we heard. When I left home, also I was reared all over the world. We lived on Air Force bases in foreign countries. When I left home, I went in the Air Force. I was in the Strategic Air Command. I worked on B-52 bombers, KC-135 refueling aircraft, and Minuteman missiles as an aircraft and missile hydraulic technician. In the Air Force, of course, you have to understand I was a young man at that time. Went in when I was 18. I spent 4 years in. I got out when I was 22. And I met sergeants, people who were over me, but who I became friends with, who sometimes after about 10 or 12 beers would begin to tell me the most incredible stories that I'd ever heard in my life about having participated in teams of Air Force personnel who recovered crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft. Now, you gotta understand, if they'd already had 10 or 12 beers, so had I. That's the first thing you've got to know. Second, you have to understand that after 10 or 12 beers at the age of 21, I wasn't interested in extraterrestrial crashed spacecraft. I was interested at the girl, and the girl at the other end of the bar. So I didn't pay too much attention to all of this, and you could never get these guys to talk about it when they were sober. And you still can't today. And in fact, today it's much more difficult because they have means that they have perfected of mind control and memory erasure, to where now some people who work in very top secret projects don't even know what they work on. They know that they go to work in the morning, they get off of work and go home, they don't remember anything that they did all day. The technology for this is well documented. It's in the public domain also, and it's one way that they've figured out how to keep projects secret. If you don't believe that the military can keep things secret, consider this. You just recently heard of the stealth fighter for the first time. This is 1991. I think the first mention of it publicly was in 1990. Did anyone hear of the stealth fighter before 1990? What year did you hear? Early 80s. Early 80s? Would anybody like to venture a guess on when the first flight of the stealth fighter took place? That's close. It was in the early 70s, ladies and gentlemen, first stealth fighter flew. So that's pretty good secret keeping. They can and do keep secrets for many, many, many years, and nobody knows about it. Now, I can tell you this for sure. If they have revealed publicly the existence of the stealth fighter, they have something else that's secret that makes that look like a Tinker Toy. That's the way these things go. When I left the Air Force, I went into the United States Navy. I had originally wanted to go into the Navy. I love the ocean. I love ships. I love the water. I was a wonderful swimmer. I only had one problem. I got terribly seasick when I just looked at a boat. So that's why I really went into the Air Force. But when I left the Air Force, it had not satisfied my sense of adventure. I still love the ocean. I still wanted to go in the Navy, so I did. And I volunteered for submarines. I was stationed aboard the USS Tiger, SS-416, stationed at the Pearl Harbor submarine base. It was an old World War II diesel boat. When I reported aboard, it was in the shipyard and had been cut in half. And you can imagine my chagrin, being new to the Navy and standing on the edge of a dry dock looking at a submarine cut cleanly in half, knowing that I'm going to have to go underwater on this thing. I really didn't like the thought of that. Everything was rusty. Everybody was welding everywhere. It looked like a dead grasshopper covered with ants. Well, what they did was they inserted a 12-foot section, which became a pretty sophisticated sonar facility, compartment, and put 3 domes on the deck so that we could triangulate targets. And when this was done, we could actually compete with some of the best nuclear submarines in being able to track and kill a target. In fact, I remember thinking at times how easy it was to detect submarines and keep them from getting near an aircraft carrier, and then becoming a crew member on this submarine and surfacing within 100 yards of a carrier, not having been detected until we broke water. Now, to me, that was incredible, because that meant that that carrier was dead. I mean, if it had been wartime, we could have sunk that carrier very easily. I was acquainted with the state-of-the-art of aircraft technology. I was acquainted with not the state-of-the-art, but I knew what it took to go underwater and survive. It was while on this submarine, as the port lookout, on the transit between the Portland and Seattle area. We had been up there for the Rose Festival as a showboat, really. People came down and toured through the sub. And we met a lot of girls and had some really neat dates, and then we left. And about 1/3 of the way back from the Portland-Seattle area to Pearl Harbor, I was the port lookout. We were on the surface doing about 10 knots when off the port bow, I saw, and I was the only one that saw it, a huge flying disc the size of an aircraft carrier come up out of the water, tumble on its axis, and disappear into the clouds. Well, needless to say, I was stunned, literally speechless. I started to say something but couldn't talk. Nobody else had seen it, and I knew that they weren't about to believe what I had seen if I told them. And it scared me a little bit too, because I had never believed in these things, even though I had heard stories about them all my life. And I didn't see your little run-of-the-mill 30-foot flying saucer. I saw something as big as an aircraft carrier. But I had a duty to report this because it could have meant a danger to the vessel. My duty was to the vessel and to the crew. But I wasn't about to tell the officer of the deck that I'd seen a flying saucer. So I told him, his name was Ensign Ball, I told him that I had seen something off the port bow at a relative bearing of approximately 15 degrees. Would he help me find it because I've lost it? And you work that way on the bridge of a ship. You work as a team. Everybody helps everybody else out. Since the lookout can't leave his station, officers very often bring them coffee. Well, he looked over there, and the starboard lookout had also heard what I said, and he looked over there too. And I was turning around to look back again, bringing my binoculars up, when the same craft, or another one exactly like it, I don't know which to this day, came back down out of the clouds, tumbled again on its axis, and the most incredible thing happened. There was no splash. It was as if the ocean opened up ahead of it, and then it went into the hole which closed behind it. Now this sounds incredible. And to tell you quite truthfully, it is incredible. And if somebody had told me that and I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. And I would blame any one of you for not believing it. But I hope before this day is over, you're going to at least consider the possibility that these things exist, because I'm going to show you some real film, pictures, and documents, government documentation. And we're going to talk about a lot of other things that are going on. It's extremely important that people get out of the stuck in the mud, narrow view frame of mind. I can tell you that over the last 17 to 18 years that I've been doing research, I have discovered that our normal, everyday concept of reality is an illusion. It is a manipulation in most instances of the power structure that really runs this country and the world to keep us ignorant so that we won't know what the truth is. I can tell you that when George Bush says, out of the Middle East crisis will come a new world order, he is not joking. And the new world order is not what you think it is. Friendly nations working together. It's going to be a one world, totalitarian, socialist government. Some of the reasons for this are good, some of them are not. I can tell you that there is a hidden secret technology that is astounding, resembles nothing less than sheer magic, would literally set us free, enable us to cure most diseases, if not all, give us probably a source of, if not free energy, very close to free energy, very inexpensive energy, which we need very badly. And I'm going to talk to you why these things are being hidden, when this all came about, and try to give you a basic understanding of what's going on. All of it's covered in my book, which you may or may not have seen. The name of the book is Behold a Pale Horse. This book has more suppressed information printed in it than any other book that's ever been printed in the history of the world, I can guarantee you. And if they don't succeed in suppressing it, a lot of people's eyes are going to be wide open when they read it. Everything that I have found, I document. So it's not a question of deciding whether or not to believe me, it's a question of whether or not you can accept those documents as proof. Someone once said you could put 10 tons of proof in front of people. If they're not ready to accept an idea, they will not accept the proof. No amount of evidence will suffice to prove anything. It is the jury that will decide. And you are the jury. Smart people know that. After having gone through this experience in the con, on the bridge of the submarine, I was later told by the captain that we were not to discuss this, not even amongst ourselves. I'd never been told that in the military. I'd never heard of anything like that. People who worked on projects together usually discussed them amongst themselves together. Now, when we reached Pearl Harbor, those of us who had been on the bridge, including the captain, were not allowed to go to shore. An officer, a commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence came on board, spoke with each one of us in the captain's stateroom individually, and literally what happened is he did not tell us what to say. But every time we said the wrong thing, we were threatened. We were yelled at. It didn't take me long to figure out, having been raised having spent 4 years in the United States Air Force, what this man wanted to hear. So I told him what he wanted to hear. Sir, I didn't see anything. I want to get the hell out of here real quick. Please, let's get this over with. That pleased him. I then was given several pieces of paper to read, which literally all said basically the same thing using different words. They were different rules, regulations, and laws governing the safeguard of information pertaining to the national security. And then I had to sign a security oath saying that I would never talk about what it was that I had just told this gentleman that I had not seen. And then I was allowed to go. Later I was selected and trained for Naval Security and Intelligence. I was given a secondary NEC of 9545, which is Internal Security Specialist. My job was to safeguard, control classified information, secure perimeters, buildings, naval installations, detect bugging devices, all of these things. I was specifically trained to conduct Pacific Area intelligence briefings. And then after all this training, I was sent to Vietnam and made a patrol boat captain for Naval Security and Intelligence. I was attached to Camp Carter, which was the headquarters of Naval Intelligence and I Corps. I was then sent to a division of Naval Intelligence, which was the Da Nang Harbor Patrol. I was given a crew, a patrol boat, and a lot of weapons and ammunition, and they turned me loose. And that was crazy, because I was a young man that didn't know what the hell I was doing. But I did okay, thank God. Some others didn't. Later, I was transferred up to the Dong Ha River Security Group, which was another division of Camp Carter Naval Intelligence. And my job there was to patrol the river, make friends with the people along the banks, gather intelligence, and maintain the safety and security of the river. That river was at the DMZ. It's the Takan River. The base camp was Qua Viet at the mouth of the river on the southern bank. And it was a major supply route for supplies that went to Khe Sanh, which was under siege. While there, I learned that there was significant UFO activity in Vietnam. A lot of it. Why? I don't know. There were rumors flying everywhere. We heard stories of enemy troops firing at UFOs, our side firing at UFOs, UFOs flashing back with blue lights that did crazy things, the same things that you hear happening today. I know of one instance for a fact that after UFOs hovered above a South Vietnamese village all night, the next morning there was not a living soul in that village. Don't ask me where they went because I haven't got the slightest idea. But it's incredible. We were told that any UFO information that we sent in dispatches, messages, or discussed over the radio, we were to use the code word enemy helicopter activity. And that's what we did. The enemy had no helicopters in Vietnam, period. So anything you see in the history of Vietnam that refers to enemy helicopter activity is in fact referring to UFO activity, unidentified flying objects. When I left Vietnam, I was sent to the USS Charles Berry DE-1035 for a short period with NIS Naval Investigative Service to conduct an investigation on board that vessel. 3 months later, I left, was transferred to the staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, who at that time was Admiral Bernard Clary, and was specifically attached to his intelligence briefing team. I also stood watches. In the Navy, you have a primary job. Some people don't know this, so let me explain it. In the Navy, you have a primary job, which you do. You also have to stand additional duty, which is called watches in the Navy. My watch station was Petty Officer of the Watch in the Command Center, which meant I was the senior enlisted man in the Command Center, in charge of the Command Center and the information. I was also the designated speak-out operator, which meant top secret, crypto, communications that came in under a specialized, compartmentalized category. I was the only one on watch who was allowed to handle that information and direct it to the specific place where it was to go. Now, normally these things are handled by radio men and communications technicians in a communications center. But in a command center where they have to have information instantly, everything that goes to the communications center also comes to the command center, so that there is not a delay in important information, urgent information getting to the right people who have to make command decisions. It was there that I saw documentation that I have to tell you right now could have been shown to me or given to me, or I could have been put in that position in order to see these documents so that I would specifically talk about them later. I'll tell you why in just a few moments that might have occurred. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that the information that I saw was real, was accurate, and is occurring. The documents stated that extraterrestrials were real, that UFOs were piloted by them and had been visiting this Earth for many, many thousands of years, that there was a project called Aquarius that had researched this history and compiled the history from written human records, starting with the ancient tablets left by the Sumerians, the Assyrians, the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, right up to modern times. These documents were quite thorough and very convincing, believe me. There was documentation that the United States had actually recovered crashed alien craft. The first one occurred near a small town called Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. The crash site actually covered 2 locations. One location was on a ranch belonging to a Mr. Brazel. The other location was approximately 60 miles from there, where the main bulk of the craft had come down, from which they had removed 3 dead alien bodies. I saw photographs of these bodies, I saw photographs of the autopsies, and I saw photographs of the internal organs of these beings. It stated that in 1949 another crash had occurred, also in New Mexico, from which they had recovered more bodies, and that they had found 1 live alien creature wandering in the desert. Now you have to understand, just because I saw these documents doesn't mean that all of this actually occurred. These could have been presented to me to make me believe that this had occurred. It stated that they had kept this live alien in captivity until June 2nd, 1952, at which time he died of unknown causes. They instituted a project called Sigma to attempt to contact the race that this being belonged to. Sigma evolved into the National Security Agency. That eventually contact was made. Landings occurred, communication took place, an alliance was agreed upon. This actually was supposedly happened at Muroc, which is now known as Edwards Air Force Base in California, in 1954. President Eisenhower was on vacation at that time in Palm Springs. During this time, you can see by reading the newspapers that he disappeared. The newspapers went crazy. Reporters were combing the countryside looking for the president. They were told that he had suffered a toothache and was flown by helicopter to a dentist. Well, this was not true. The true place where he was taken was Muroc, Edwards Air Force Base. The base was closed. This is also on record for 3 days. No one could go in, no one could come out. There are witness accounts that say 3 unidentified flying objects flew over Edwards Air Force Base and landed. We have a letter, which I'm going to show you later, from a Mr. Gerald Blight, who states that he was there when President Eisenhower was there. He saw the ships, he saw these creatures. And that's just the beginning, but I'm not going to go much farther than that right now. We're going to get into some documentation so that your disbelief can start to see that this is not as incredible as it sounds. And I know what some of you must be sitting there thinking, It wasn't too long ago I should have been thinking the same thing. Now, over the years, if this is real, it's been suppressed and covered up and hidden for very good reasons in the beginning. Reasons that don't stand up now. Reasons that have resulted in criminal activity, in erosion of the Constitution, in all kinds of things. Now, I said that I believe that this is all true. I don't believe that it's a hoax. The evidence is overwhelming that it's true. And by overwhelming, I mean exactly that. When you get into really investigating this, looking at it, the evidence will overwhelm you. It is incredible that such a cover-up has been able to be maintained for so long. On the other hand, I have found references as far back as the beginning of this century by a secret group of very powerful people to create an artificial alien threat from some other planet to help unite all humanity into a one-world government with them at the head. I found a speech given by John Dewey in 1917 to Viscount Ishii and the Japanese delegation in New York City, where the first thing that he says in his speech is, "Someone once told me that the best way to unite all humanity and do away with war is if we were attacked from some other planet by alien beings from outer space." I have found reference in a report called the Report from Iron Mountain to the ultimate method of permanent peace on this earth and uniting humanity, doing away with nation states which cause wars, and substituting for war a tremendously wasteful space program that would unite humanity against an alien threat of an intelligent race from another planet. Now, I didn't know all this when I saw these papers back between 1970 and 1973 and the photographs and the records that I saw. This information came out during my research over the last 18 years. So it's something that has to be considered. I have to tell you that the intelligence communities, the powerful people in this world, have the capabilities to do this, to perpetrate such a hoax. They can do it. They have methods and ways to make us believe damn near anything they want to. But I will tell you this. The only question is whether extraterrestrials are real or not. There is no question whatsoever about the craft. The craft are real. They've been seen by millions of people all over the world. Credible people, military people, doctors, lawyers, bag ladies, elevator repairmen, people who work in grocery stores, heads of colleges, politicians, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, and many others. Now, Jimmy Carter said he saw a UFO before he was elected president. Now, if he's not credible, why did you elect him? If we can send a man to the gas chamber or the electric chair on the testimony of two witnesses in court, why won't you believe millions of people who are telling you that they have seen these craft flying in the air, that they're metal, that they are intelligently guided, that they are real, and that they demonstrate a technology beyond anything that we know of publicly anyway? I can tell you that we have this technology in the United States. It is being flown in an area called Area 51, Groom Dry Lake, in the Nevada Test Range in the state of Nevada. I have seen it fly. Many other people have seen it fly. I have a photograph of it in my book. I also have a drawing given to me by one of the people who have been there and touched it and seen it. The drawing matches the craft in flight exactly. I'm also going to show you a videotape of another craft, what they call a cigar-shaped craft, above the test site here in just a few moments. So, when you hear people talking about secret weapons, when you see the stealth fighter unveiled, what they have behind it in the wings, that you too can also go see, by the way, in Nevada, if you have the money and the time to go out there and stand in the desert all night. If you look toward Groom Lake between sunset and sunrise on any given night, you can watch them test fly these craft. But you have to be prepared to stay there 2 or 3 nights because they don't always fly every single night. Now, at this time, to show you that I'm not so far out in left field that you could turn it off, I'm going to show you a tape now. And this tape is going to prove to you that the government's been lying to you for a lot of years. Now, when I say the government, I don't mean our constitutionally authorized and legal and lawful government. I mean the men who have infiltrated our government over the years and who are controlling it, subverting it toward their own end. Have been lying to us. Our government hadn't had a chance to work over the last 40 years. And you're going to see why. What I'm going to show you is a tape of the Kennedy assassination. It's not a tape that you've ever seen before. I hope you will pardon the editing because I'm not a professional editor and I have to do this at home because I cannot let this tape out of my possession because that would be totally irresponsible and it would probably disappear. Keep your eyes on the driver of the car. Do not watch Kennedy. Don't look around at the scenery. Keep your eyes on the driver of the car. That's important. They have always known who killed Kennedy, and they have covered it up for all these years. Okay, if we have the lights off, and please run the Kennedy tape. Can I sit down?
Can that door be closed?
None. It was politics that motivated Kennedy to make the trip.
Can you turn up the volume, please?
To reconcile differences between two factions of the state's Democratic Party, as well as draw political support in the state that he had barely carried back in 1960. Kennedy, in fact, had felt the visit to be so crucial to his re-election chances that he persuaded his wife, Jacqueline, to accompany him. The first day of the trip, which included visits to Houston and San Antonio on November 21st, had been very successful. Despite his mediocre rating in the latest Gallup poll, overwhelming and enthusiastic crowds greeted the President and the First Lady at every stop along the tour. Late in the morning of Friday, November 22nd, the presidential party arrived at Dallas's Love Field, where the president was again met by a large and exuberant crowd. After taking time out to shake hands, the Kennedys, along with Texas Governor John Connally and his wife Nellie, stepped into a waiting limousine which would take them through the downtown district on the way to the city's Trade Mart, where the president was to give a luncheon speech. As the motorcade made its way through the streets of Dallas, it was obvious that Kennedy's trip was a tremendous success. The limousine entered Dealey Plaza, a small open area on the outskirts of the city. After turning right onto Houston Street, the president's car traveled one short block and then turned very sharply left onto Elm Street, where it passed beneath the Texas School Book Depository. It was 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At this point, Abraham Zapruder, a Dallas clothing manufacturer who watched the motorcade from atop a grassy slope to the west of the book depository, turned on his 8mm Bell & Howell movie camera. Focusing his telephoto lens on the president, Zapruder captured the most shocking and sensational piece of film in history.
Motorcade in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. As the presidential car passes behind the freeway sign, President Kennedy is struck in the throat by a bullet that was fired from the grassy knoll. As he's grasping his throat to John Connally, turning around to his right, he at that point is struck. You notice the the passenger of the car turning back to see what has happened to the president. As he turns back to the front, the driver of the car turns with his left arm over his right shoulder with a pistol and fires. You see the 45 caliber nickel-plated automatic weapon in his left hand. He's firing over his right shoulder. You see it in relief. You see his head pointing backwards towards the president. In this enhanced close-up, you see the impact of the bullet upon the president. The force of the shot drives him violently backward against the back of the seat. You see Mrs. Kennedy react in horror. The ugly gaping wound, which is evident here, according to many observers at the scene, was actually created on the print. This was not the actual nature of the wound. But you notice that Mrs. Kennedy wasted no time in trying to exit the vehicle because she clearly was able to determine exactly where that shot had originated. And it was her personal bodyguard, Clint Hill, another Secret Service agent, who attempted to keep her in. What the arrow is indicating here is what appears to be the outline of a man, a hat, and his rifle. The arrow is pointing to the rifle barrel of the man in the bushes who possibly was the rifleman on the grassy knoll who fired that shot. Another view taken by another photographer. Again, you see Mrs. Kennedy trying to exit the vehicle at all times. Here you see the passenger in the front turning back, looking at the president. Instead of jumping back to assist him, he turns forward. The driver is now rotating. The weapon comes into view and he fires. You'll see this repeatedly in these sequences. Kennedy's been shot in the throat. He's leaning to his left. The driver now begins to rotate. His left arm comes over his right shoulder and he fires now. Again, you see the driver rotate. You see the weapon come into view. He's rotating again. The weapon is in view. He fires. You can clearly see his head turning and that his arm and the weapon extending into view over his right shoulder. Many of the witnesses indicated that the car slowed almost to a virtual halt at about this point. And here in the normal version, you see how much more quickly it is speeded up. It's much harder to determine. Many of the people who asked the question why Jackie Kennedy did not.
This is the same film that we sent to Japan to have a computer analyzed. The Japanese concurred. They said that I was absolutely right in the outline when they found from the computer analysis. They also gave us a very clear, beautiful color cut that you will see following it.
Here, according to many observers,
目の前で真犯人を目撃してしまったジャクリン夫人は自分の身の危険を悟って車から逃がそうとした。だがすぐ後ろからつけてきたシークレットサービスによって押し戻され、電気に逃げるチャンスを失ってしまった。この周囲の中に一発目の弾丸を発射した真犯人が映っている。登山帽をかぶり、ライフルを構えているのがわかる。
And his rifle, the arrow.
おそらくこの狙撃手が最初にケネディの喉を撃ち抜いたのだ。
On the grassy knoll who fired that shot. Another
別のフィルムでもシークレットサービスが合わせてジャクリーン夫人を阻止しようと飛び乗るのが映っている。ここで決定的な瞬間をより鮮明なフィルムで見て、画面右端の運転手が取り乗り片腰にピストルで撃つのが見える。画面の右端に見える運転手の動作に注意するとわかる。ハンドルを握った右腕越しに左手でピストルを突き出している。もう一度見てみよう。間もなく運転手の頭が後ろを振り向くと同時に肩のところに白く光るピストルが出てくるのが見える。
and to care for Governor Conley, who was also seriously injured in the shooting. Although the governor would make a full recovery, it was obvious to the doctors that Kennedy's wounds were fatal, and at approximately 1 p.m., the president was pronounced dead.
Forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike, that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world.
What began with such promise, however, would end less than 3 years later in tragedy. On November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated, shot to death while riding in an open limousine through the city streets of Dallas, Texas. The death of such a young and vigorous leader was an overwhelming event which stunned both the nation and the world. In the years that followed, though, the Kennedy assassination became much more than a national tragedy. When viewed in light of later assassinations, the war in Vietnam,
Lights, please. While I was with the Office of Naval Intelligence attached to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet staff, I saw documents that stated with no hesitation whatsoever, with clear understanding, that President Kennedy was killed by William Greer, the Secret Service agent driving his limousine in the motorcade. These documents disclosed to me that the people involved in the assassination of the President were the Office of Naval Intelligence, the Secret Service, Division 5 of the FBI, and the Central Intelligence Agency. The reason stated was that he was a security risk, that he had ordered them to stop the sale and importation of drugs to the American people, and that he had ordered them to develop a plan to disclose the presence of extraterrestrial visitation to this earth within the following year. He had also ordered a printing of legally constitutional silver-backed money, which is not in the best interest of the world bankers or the power structure or the Federal Reserve, which is not an agency of the federal government, but is a private corporation run, and the stock is held and owned by bankers, most of whom are European bankers controlled by the House of Rothschild. They pay no taxes on the national debt that we pay them and the money that they earn from the interest. So they were dead set against the printing of this money. Kennedy had also discovered what the CIA had been doing for many years. You see, being president, you get to open a lot of drawers that nobody usually gets to open. And he had informed the CIA that he had intended, and he said this publicly, by the way, that he intended to disband the CIA and scatter it in 1,000 different directions. So you see, he made some pretty big enemies. And there were some pretty powerful people who thought that he needed to be killed. Many of you saw this and found this out for the first time today. How many of you are upset by this? I am. I have been ever since I saw those documents. I've been terribly upset. In fact, in my book, I enclose parts of my service record in the appendix. You can see the exact day that I found out that the Office of Naval Intelligence was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. I went over the hill with no intention of coming back. It was my good friend Robert Swan who talked me into returning so that I can do what I'm doing today. He said, "Bill, you can't help anybody if you're in jail, and that's where you're going if you don't go back." So I went back after 8 days. But you can see the exact day in 1971 when I saw the document that told me who killed President Kennedy. Let's take about a 5-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break. Bobby, please, we're going to get started again. I'm going to show a videotape of a UFO. You're not going to want to miss this because it's extremely rare footage of what they call a mothership, a cigar-shaped craft.
Close that door.
I meant to say this in the beginning, but forgot all about it. For those of you who have ordered my book, all the paperback books that were ordered have been sent. They've been sent for over a week. So if you ordered it and haven't got it, it's probably in your mailbox right this moment waiting for you to come home, or will be there in the next couple of days. The hardback books are printed, but they are not bound yet. They will not be sent for another 2 weeks. To be gotten to the bottom of very quickly. And that is that some people are coming forward and telling us that they're being abducted by alien beings and taken aboard their spacecraft. They're literally helpless. They can't move. Their clothes are taken off. They're given medical examinations. Some people are operated upon. Samples of their tissue is taken. Sometimes sperm and ova is harvested. Sometimes females are impregnated. It's all medical fact that these things are happening. It is not a joke. The only question is, was it really aliens and were they really taken into a spacecraft, or did something else happen and this is a planted story that's been put in their mind to disguise it? You see, this is a classic thing that they do in brainwashing. If they want to cover something up, they just put a different memory in your mind. Now that sounds difficult, sounds impossible, but if you go read the books that have been published by people who have participated in mind control experimentation, and the documents that have been released under the Freedom of Information Act, this is not a joke. They can do it, have done it, and will do it again in the future. Now, if this is a hoax, if it's the biggest hoax that's ever been perpetrated in the history of the world in order to create an alien threat from outer space in the consciousness of humanity so that we'll accept the elimination of the sovereignty of nations, the destruction of our Constitution, and will accept a one-world government wherein we may not have the freedoms that we have now in order to face this alien threat together as one humanity. If it's a hoax, that means we're being manipulated on the grandest scale in history, that people are being hurt, that their minds are being screwed with. And if this is happening, we have to find out if it's really happening. We have to be able to gather enough facts to prove it, and we've got to stop it. If, on the other hand, these are really extraterrestrials that are doing these things, we have to find out why. Because these people are being implanted with very small devices, about the size of a small BB, that are literally microchips in the brain. What is the purpose? I don't know. Can these people be controlled through these implants? I'm going to show you the locations where these implants are put into the brain. They're easily detected by MIR CAT scan, by anybody who is a medical professional adept at identifying foreign bodies in the human body. So, aside from the obvious reasons why we should be looking into it, those are some of the other reasons why we should be looking into it. If the New World Order is so benevolent and so good for us, why is it that we have to be coerced and manipulated into it? Because this isn't the only coercion that's going on, if that's what's happening. Now I'm going to preface what I'm going to say next, because I'm going to talk about the war in the Middle East for a few minutes. And preface what I'm going to say next with this statement. I was in the military. I'm a veteran. I support the Constitution and the government of the United States of America and will fight anyone who attempts to overthrow it or destroy it. I am for our troops in the Middle East. I am for them. I hope that not a one of them gets killed. And as long as we're engaged in battle, I hope that we win. But I'm going to tell you right now, we are not there for the reasons that you've been told. And let me give you a little history of this. Number one, George Bush comes on television and tells you that we have to send troops to the Middle East because Hussein wants to raise the price of oil and we can't afford that. That's what he said. It's on tape. It's documented. Next, he says, oh, it wasn't the oil that we sent the troops there for. It's because Hussein was not going to stop with Kuwait. He was going to go into Saudi Arabia. We're there for defensive purposes. People questioned that. The next statement came from Baker, James Baker, the Secretary of State, who said, we're We're not there for oil. We're not there to defend Kuwait. It's jobs. We're there for jobs. Then at a press conference, Bush said, and I quote, "Some people just don't get the message. It's not oil. It's not to defend Saudi Arabia, and it's not jobs. We're there to prevent this kind of naked aggression." Now, I submit to you that if the President of the United States and the Secretary of State don't know why the hell we're there and they change their mind every minute, that none of the above is true. The truth is, a legal precedent has to be established that says that the United Nations is the ruler of the world. It has to be a legal precedent that all nation states submit to the will of the United Nations and give up their sovereignty to the United Nations and submit to the rule of the law of the world, which is the United Nations Charter and the resolutions passed by the United Nations. And the United States military is acting as the police force for the United Nations to establish that legal precedent. And Bush has said on television, no nation can ever again stand against a world united. And if they try it, the same thing will happen to them. Margaret Thatcher was the last world leader who was opposed to the one world government. And she is no longer the Prime Minister of England because of that. I'm going to tell you now that the only obstacle to the New World Order coming together at this moment is the right of the American people to keep and bear arms. That is why there is such an effort to take your guns away from you. You see, the intent of the Second Amendment, the Second Article and Amendment to the Constitution, was not so that we could go hunting. It was not to protect the possessions in your home or to protect you from burglars. The intent of our forefathers in establishing the Second Article and Amendment to the Constitution was that as long as every American owned a weapon, whether they ever fired it or not, our government could never oppress us just with the knowledge that we all had that weapon in our closet. That's the reason. That's why every time you see a bill to take weapons away from the American people defeated in Congress, 4 more are introduced immediately. It's a never-ending battle. That's why they lie about the statistics. The truth is, in a town where everybody owns a weapon and everybody knows it, there is almost no crime. I'm going to show you this next videotape while you're thinking about that, to show you that these craft do in fact exist. This was taken above the Nevada test site. This is what's called a cigar-shaped craft. They are very large. They're also called motherships. Every time they're seen, except in this photograph, usually you see other smaller craft exiting and entering these craft, like scout ships or something. I don't know what you would call it. But it's absolutely incredible. This piece of footage you're going to see is so rare. I've only seen one other piece of film footage on this particular type of vehicle, and it wasn't even 1/3 as good as what you're going to see here. So what you're going to see is extremely rare, and you'll probably be a long time before you ever see any footage like this again. It's very difficult to get. Go ahead, there's no sound. Kill the lights, please. Now you can see the craft just below the tip of the white cloud. And if you watch, it's going to move from right to left and then turn into the clouds and disappear. were approximately 15 miles from that location when this footage was taken. Which means that what you're looking at there is approximately 2 to 3 miles in length. That's very impressive, and to me it's very exciting that someone can make something that flies in the air that's 2 to 3 miles in length. That is the actual time that you see there. Those are the actual seconds passing. And it's almost gone now. Now it's into the cloud bank. You can stop the tape. Okay, if you'll turn on the slide projector, we'll get into some of these slides. I'm not going to be going very fast through these slides. Some of you have seen a lot of them before. You're going to see some very startling information here. You're going to see some documentation that's going to prove to you that the government's been lying to you for many years. You're going to see some documentation that proves who I am and what I'm all about. After I left the military, ladies and gentlemen, in December the 11th, 1975, I attempted to leak the material that I knew to the press. I was attacked twice. I've lost my leg. I've had my skull caved in. I kept silent for 16 years, during which time I was the head of the Mixed Gas Deep Saturation Diving Department of the College of Oceaneering. I was the executive director of Adelphi Business College. I was the executive director of Pacific Coast Technical Institute, the executive director of the National Technical College. I was the national marketing coordinator for United Education and Software, and I owned a gallery and studio of fine art in Long Beach, California. Is it on?
It's on. Maybe just go forward one.
I'm hitting it. Something's wrong. There we go.
You want to go forward?
That's the wrong. I want to go forward. There we go. Okay. This is a letter from Jim Joyner, who's the head of the Mixed Gas Deep Saturation Diving Department of the College of Oceaneering. And basically what he's saying in this letter is I worked for him, I was the head of the department, I was an instructor, and I'm a good guy. This is not working.
It's not? Go ahead and push. Just say forward and he'll push the button.
Okay. This is a piece of research that was done by Bob Exler. In his own research, he verified something that I had not told anybody, and was that when I was with the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, I worked directly under Bobby Ray Inman. He verified all of this, verifies that I was there, and that I had reported seeing UFO-related documents under their command. And it goes through to outline Bobby Ray Inman's career path, which is incredible. He believes that Bobby Ray Inman is very much connected with the cover-up group, is one of those in the know, knows everything about the alien situation. Born April 4th, 1931, graduated from college at the age of 19 with the BA from the University of Texas in 1950. He entered the United States Navy in 1952, advancing to the rank of Admiral in 1981. 20 years after entering the Navy, he graduated from the National War College in 1972. He was the assistant to the Naval Attaché in Stockholm from 65 to 67, and no records are available for his service assignments from 68 through 71. From 72 to 74, he was assistant to the Chief of Staff of Intelligence Office of the Commander of the Pacific Fleet. Inman was the director of Naval Intelligence from 1974 to 1976 before moving on to become the vice director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. You can see what he did? I mean, he skipped over some pretty senior people, and he's going right straight to the top. And only people who are considered to be of the inner circle do that. He became the director of the National Security Agency in 1977, holding that post until 1981 when he attained the rank of admiral and became the deputy director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He retired from government service in 1982 and became the CEO for MCC. Remember what I was telling you about implants? Microelectronics and Computer Technology Corporation. MCC is a private sector joint venture supported by and share funded by the government and corporate shareholders. The venture was motivated by the Japanese fifth generation artificial intelligence computer project. This is a letter from Bob. Remember I told you Bob Swan was the one who talked me into going back after I went AWOL. Later, I got married on June the 2nd, 1972. On June the 1st, 1972, I sat down with Bob in a bottle of scotch and I told him everything I knew and gave him a set of documents to prove it. Bob acknowledges that conversation in this letter. He acknowledges what I told him about alien installations on the moon, about the Kennedy assassination, about the fact that I gave him documents that were highly classified, and he says that he doesn't know what happened to them, he doesn't have them anymore, and it's exactly what he should say. Next. And next. This is a document known as the Eisenhower Briefing Document. It was brought out by a research team of Moore, Chandray, and Friedman. William Moore, with Charles Berlitz, wrote a book called The Roswell Incident, which was the first legitimate work on the so-called crash of the flying saucer near Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. This document is a fraud, and I can prove it to you very easily. But it has a lot of truth in it. In fact, the document itself reads as if it were taken right out of Moore's book, The Roswell Incident. All of the designations on it are legitimate. Top secret and magic was the same designation given to the material that I saw when I was with Naval Intelligence. Magic means Magi controlled. Magi is the majority agency for joint intelligence, which reports only to a top secret group called Majesty 12, also known as Majority 12. It is made up of 19 members. There are 6 from government, 6 from the Executive Committee on the Council on Foreign Relations, 6 from the Jason Scientific Group administered by the MITRE Corporation and Dr. Edward Teller. This briefing document calls it Operation Majestic 12. The documents that I saw said that it was Operation Majority. Also, look at the date, 18 November 1952. Eisenhower was not yet president, and if this is truly one of the highest held secrets in this country, he would never have been exposed to this information until he actually took the oath of president. He was not even in government service at the time he was elected. He was the president of a college. Next, please. I can tell you that of those listed there, those names, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter was the director of the CIA when this group was supposedly formed. If in fact it was formed at that time, he would have definitely been a member. Secretary James B. Forrestal, according to the documentation that I saw, was a member and was the man responsible for the operation of the recovery of the craft at Roswell, New Mexico. And it is really his story that is outlined in Whitley Strieber's book called Majestic. The main character in that book was an abductee, carried the bodies from the crash site to Los Alamos National Laboratory. In the documentation that I saw, that actually did happen to James B. Forrestal. Next slide, please. And next slide. We don't have time to go through every sentence and every paragraph, so I'm just going to hit the major points. Next. Next. On this page, you can see, without any doubt, that this document is a fraud. In enumeration of attachments, you'll see attachment A, special classified executive order number 092447 TS/EO. TS is top secret, EO is executive order. Executive orders are numbered consecutively from president to president, from executive order to executive order, no matter who occupies the White House, for the purpose of continuity and record keeping. Truman wrote executive orders in the 9,000 range. Eisenhower wrote executive orders in the 10,000 range, and so on and so forth. President Nixon wrote in the 11,000 range, and some of the ones that he wrote were actually signed by Carter. This is 92,447. Any way that you look at it, it can only be a date. 09, which would be what month? September the 24th, 1947. Executive orders are not listed by date, they are listed by number. Next slide, please. This is a memorandum for the Secretary of Defense. This also is a fraud. Next slide, please. This is legitimate. This came directly from the National Archives. It is legitimate. One thing that makes it important is it does mention NSC, National Security Council / MJ-12 Special Studies Project. In the documentation that I saw, Majesty 12, also known as Majority 12 for security reasons, where it got the name Majority 12 is that they had to have a majority of 12 votes to carry on any motion or any operation or anything that they wanted to do. If they didn't have 12 votes, they couldn't do it. It was abbreviated MJ-12. I also saw documents that there was a special studies group made up of scientists and prominent people belonging to a secret society called the Jason Society, which actually makes up the core of the Council on Foreign Relations. And under them is a Jason scientific group administered by the MITRE Corporation to study all the facts, lies, evidence, disinformation of the alien question and arrive at what the truth was. It was a 3-year study. Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski headed the study group for the first 18 months. The second 18 months was headed by Dr. Henry Kissinger. During that time, Dr. Henry Kissinger, this is historical record, wouldn't even speak to anyone. He was gone, get up early, he'd leave, he'd come back very late at night, didn't talk to anybody, didn't care about anybody. He was so engrossed in whatever he was doing that it was like he was living in another world. His wife actually divorced him for this. So it fits. If he was really studying the alien question, I think that's the only thing that I can think of that would engross me so much that I would neglect my wife. Something of such historical and monumental consequence as that. Next slide, please. This, nobody knows if this is real or not, but this is one of the documentation that Moore, Channery, and Friedman came out with. Next slide. This is a letter from Jesse Marcel Jr. In the Roswell crash in 1947, Major Jesse Roswell was an intelligence officer attached to Roswell Army Air Force Base, and he was the one who was sent out to check out this wreckage that Mr. Brazel reported on his ranch. When he got there, he determined that this wasn't anything he'd ever seen before, didn't know what it was, gathered it all up, put it in his car, took it home, showed it to his wife and child that night, and the following morning took it into the base. That night, when he showed it to his child, Jesse Marcel Jr., interpreted that this was pieces of a flying saucer. Now, I don't know if his father told him it was a flying saucer or not, but I believe that the suggestion was probably planted in the kid's mind because the only thing that the father had was bits and pieces of stuff that looked like tinfoil from cigarette packs and balsa I-beams, although they weren't balsa, it was some kind of metal, but they were very light. Next slide. In this letter, he recounts that he saw the pieces and it wasn't the remains of any kind of aircraft that he knew of and that he thought it was a flying saucer. Next slide. This is the results of an interview from Jesse Marcel himself, the father. The father goes through and he makes several interesting points. He said that he was familiar with all air activities and it was not a weather balloon, nor an aircraft, nor a missile. It was something else and we didn't know what it was. There were just fragments strewn all over the area, about 3/4 of a mile long and several hundred feet wide. We proceeded to pick up the parts of whatever it was and load it in the vehicles. It was one thing obvious to me, that whatever it probably exploded above the ground and was strewn over the ground, traveling in a easterly direction, probably northeast to southwest. We filled the vehicles and then proceeded to come back home to Walker Air Force Base, which is now called, or was then called, Roswell Army Air Force Base, where I was stationed, and that's how it was. Now notice that Jesse Marcel, the father, doesn't say that that was a flying saucer. He just says he didn't know what it was. And that's significant, and it's never been pointed out before. Everybody cites this letter as proof that he picked up pieces of a flying saucer, and that's a lie. He doesn't say that anywhere in this interview. Next page. And he goes on here, and he talks about the metal and the pieces and what it did. He said they tried to burn it, could not be burned. Would not burn. The same with the parchment we had. The metal was so thin, just like the tinfoil in a pack of cigarette paper. I didn't pay too much attention to that at first until one of the boys came to me and said, you know that metal that was in there, I tried to bend that stuff and it won't bend. I even tried it with a sledgehammer. You can't make a dent on it. And he talks about some other things that they did. But nowhere in here, significant, does he ever say that it was a flying saucer or an extraterrestrial craft. He just says he doesn't know what it was. Next slide, please. And even here, he doesn't say or venture any guess as to what it was. Next slide. This is a letter. This is called the Smith Memo. Smith was a radio engineer for the government of Canada. He came down to Washington to see if he could get the United States government to participate in electromagnetic experiments and experiments involving radio waves and other things of that nature. While he was there, he read a book written by Frank Scully called Behind the Flying Saucers, and he wanted to know if it was real. Scully in his book had said that the government had recovered crashed flying saucers and was hiding this from the public. He went to his embassy, the Canadian Embassy in Washington, asked them to find out the truth. The Canadian Embassy contacted Dr. Robert Sarbacher, who was a senior scientist working for the Pentagon at that time. And if you'll give me the next slide, this is what Dr. Sarbacher told the Canadian Embassy, and they relayed it to Wilbur Smith. A, the matter is the most highly classified subject in the United States government, rating higher than even the H-bomb. B, flying saucers exist. C, their modus operandi is unknown, but concentrated effort is being made by a small group headed by Dr. Vannevar Bush. D, the entire matter is considered by the United States authorities to be of tremendous significance. Again, no mention of extraterrestrial or alien beings. And as you're going to see later, yes, flying saucers did exist. Next slide, please. This is the rest of the Smith Memo. It's important that you see the signature and the official stamps and the classifications that were on this thing. It is now declassified. Next slide. At the same time that the government was denying that they were interested in flying saucers or that flying saucers were real or that they were investigating or anything, this poster was on the bulletin boards of Air Force bases everywhere. I remember seeing this for many years on bulletin boards where my father worked. And it says, the first thing up there, UFOs, serious business, and outlines the fact that every base must have an officer designated to specifically investigate UFOs and report the evidence. And down here, it tells him what he has to have. And one of the things is a Geiger counter, a magnifying glass. I don't know what he's going to do with that. And have a source for containers in which to store samples. Camera, binoculars, and other things. Next slide, please. This is a news release. At the same time that poster was on the bulletin boards at Air Force bases, the Air Force was issuing news releases saying that we're not investigating flying saucers, there are no such thing, what you're seeing is weather balloons, and we don't even want to know about it. Next slide. And next, that's the last of it. One of the things they did, though, that last one, I should have held it there, but that's okay. They said that, it's possible it could be a foreign country experimenting with some weird aircraft flying over our airspace, but of course they couldn't possibly be doing that. Next. At the same time, this poster was also on military bases, and one was the winner of Poster of the Month. Next slide. These are cows. But I wanted to show you what they look like in case some of you haven't been out of the city in a while. Next slide. In some cities that I go to, there's really a reason for doing that. I wanted to show you this. There's something happening with this phenomenon that is absolutely incredible. Everywhere on this slide where you see an M, there has been a classic case of cattle mutilation. I'm going to describe to you what a classic case of cattle mutilation is so that you will know in your mind what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the lips on one side of the face gone. The jaw, the flesh and the muscle on the lower side of one of the jaw, lower jaw, gone, stripped to the bone. The tongue missing, one eye missing, one ear cored out and missing. Usually a 6-inch diameter patch of skin somewhere on the animal has been cut out. If it's a cow, either the entire udder or a portion of the udder is missing. The rectum is cored out in a perfect cone shape. These sexual organs are always missing. If the cow is pregnant, sometimes the fetus of the calf is gone, but the fetal bag is not opened or cut and has not been invaded in any manner. Now that's incredible. But the most significant thing is that all the blood is drained from the animal's body with no vascular collapse, and there's not a drop of blood anywhere. There are no cigarette butts on the ground, there are no tire tracks, there are no shoe prints, there are no footprints, there are no gum wrappers, there is nothing. The government says that coyotes did that. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I know who or what it was, but I do know one thing, it wasn't coyotes. And I also know that our medical personnel, with the best surgical tools at their disposal, cannot make or duplicate the same cuts that are bloodless, that seem to be literally between the cells. There is no blood in any of the wounds. There are always 2 holes on the neck of the animal. Now, we got very curious about why would these specific parts of the animals be missing? And we came up with some things that are very interesting. Dust collects in the ear. Things that float around in the atmosphere collect in the ear. The lips touch the grass and the earth, so does the lower jaw. The eyes exposed to the atmosphere. The rectum is where most of the heavy impurities, the things that cannot be digested, that are poison to the system, collect, and that's why people get rectum cancer and colon cancer from these things. The sexual organs would show genetic damage. And where does radioactivity show up first in a mammal? In the milk. So then we got very interested in where these mutilations occurred, what time of year, which way was the wind blowing, and what was upwind from these locations. And we found in every single instance there was a nuclear site of some kind, a power plant, a weapons base, a weapons storage installation, weapons manufacturing plant, a testing area, missile stockpile, uranium mines, and tailing piles, waste disposal areas. In every single instance were upwind from these sites. From that, I deduce that whoever is doing it is trying to find out how much radiation has leaked into the atmosphere, the food chain, and the groundwater, and what is it doing to the living mammals in its path. The fact that they leave these carcasses laying out there is an act of terrorism. Literally. I mean, if you want to check for something in these animals, that's fine. But there's no reason why you couldn't take it somewhere else, chop it up, dispose of it, or eat it, or whatever. Why is it being left on the ground? That's an act of terrorism. It's done intentionally to scare people. Why? Maybe to create an alien threat from outer space. Maybe because aliens don't eat beef. Next slide, please. Sometimes these are seen in the sky over the areas where these things occur. Next. Sometimes it's these things with something going up and down from them. Next. Sometimes these things are found, they're being found all over England. One of the incredible things about the crop circles in England is they are literally a vestige of some kind. There's a book called The Father of Lies. In the back of that book, it gives an example of the cipher that the secret societies used in ancient times to communicate with their members so that people who were not initiates would not learn the secrets of the society. The symbols of their cipher match exactly the crop circles found in the ground in England. Now, this was by accident that I ran across this. There's a woman in California who lives in Victorville, who is a wonderful woman, discovered this. She had been looking at pictures of crop circles. She had the book, Father of Lies, and she was reading the book, and it struck her all at once. These are the same. And so she let us know, and we have verified it. They are exactly the same. Secret societies have a lot to do with what's going on, believe me. Next slide. Sometimes these things are seen. Next slide. Always they find this. Next. Then we got to wondering, gosh, all through history there's records of people and animals being found with the blood sucked out of them. Is this the source of the vampire legends? Back through history, we have found that there are accounts of animals and humans who have been mutilated in this classic manner. Next slide, please. This is some of the information a man by the name of Bill English has released. It is some of the exact information that I saw while I was in naval intelligence. He was working as he was working in England at a national security agency, listening post really, and he saw the same documents there. Next slide. This is UFO observers' instruction from the Air Technical Intelligence Command, which tells you how to report UFOs at a time when the United States Air Force said they were not reporting UFOs, didn't care about UFOs, they didn't exist. Next. Next. These are all official Air Force forms. Next. 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 Now this is part of Air Force Regulation number 200-2 Alpha, unidentified flying objects, intelligence. Now, this is significant. The Air Force is not supposed to lie to us, but they were telling us, no, UFOs do not exist. We're not interested in UFOs. There is no evidence of UFOs, and anybody that says they say a UFO is crazy. We don't care about UFOs. Yet they have written a U.S. Air Force regulation called 200-2. And this says on the cover sheet, direct communication is authorized between ATIC and other Air Force activities in matters pertaining to UFO investigation. Specifically, the ATIC may call upon the commander of the 1127th Field Activity Group, Fort Belvoir, Virginia, to conduct further field investigations if review of the initial report indicates such a requirement. In this event, the headquarters, 1127th U.S. Air Force Field Activity Group, will prepare the final report by order of the Secretary of the Air Force, Thomas D. White, Chief of Staff. Next page. This tells how to report it, what forms to use, identifying information, weather and winds, comments of preparing officer, classification, time and date of sighting, manner of observation. Next. General information, releasing information. That's funny. Releasing information, it says under here. All information of releases concerning UFOs, regardless of origin or nature, will be released to the public or unofficial persons or organizations by the Office of Information Services Office of the Secretary of the Air Force. This includes replies to correspondence, except congressional inquiries, submitted direct to ATIC and other Air Force activities by private individuals. Exceptions. In response to local inquiries resulting from any UFO reported in the vicinity of an Air Force base, information regarding a sighting may be released to the press or the general public by the commander of the Air Force base concerned only if it has been positively identified as a familiar or known object. Next, please. And it goes on, but we just don't have the time. This is how to report one that moves around in the sky. Next. 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 People always ask me, why don't they just fly around the White House? Well, there's a UFO. This photograph was taken in the early 50s, and that's certainly the White House. Next slide. Those are not butterflies. The truth is, in the early 50s, there was extensive UFO activity in the immediate area of the White House on an almost nightly basis over a long period of time. It is in the headlines of the newspapers. Pilots were scrambled in their aircraft to go and get them out of the airspace around the White House because it's prohibited airspace. And every time they would scramble again in their planes, take off, the UFOs would disappear. The pilots would go back and land, the UFOs would come back. This kept happening night after night after night until the pilots got so disgusted and so frustrated they wouldn't even get in their planes anymore. Next slide. This is another, this is 200-2 identified flying objects UFO. This is the rest of it. Go ahead, next. All Air Force regulations. Next. Okay, I told you earlier about implants. Let me show you where these implants are being found in human beings. We don't know who's putting them there. The people who are being abducted are telling us that they are alien extraterrestrial beings from outer space. They all tell the same story. They all describe the craft exactly the same. They all describe the beings in the craft the same. They all have describes the same things that have not been made public knowledge, and they don't know each other. And these are people from all around the world. One of the best abductee researchers that I know is here in this room with us, Robin Quayle. One of the implants is inserted up through the nose and is lodged next to the optic nerve in this region. Another implant is inserted beneath the skull cap next to the medulla oblongata in this region. Another implant is found subcutaneously behind usually the right ear and can be seen and felt. I always like to watch everybody feel behind their right ear when I say that. Implants have been found in the wrist, in the calf, and in the lower arm. Next slide. Now, this is very strange because just before these began happening and after we began finding these implants, we began noticing newspaper articles like this. Computer chip implants can help find lost pets, and it goes to outline how this happens. And it tells us that the sheriff's department or the police department in the cities are given electronic equipment to communicate with a satellite that the government has put up. And if you put an implant in your pets, this satellite can find your pet wherever it is when it's lost, and your local law enforcement people, by tuning into this satellite with their electronic equipment, can tell you where your pet is and go get it. Then, next slide, please. Then you hear Dan Rather on the 6 o'clock news say that the pet implant program has worked so well that 97% of all lost pets that have been implanted are being found and returned to their owners, that you should have your children implanted. He said this in 1989. Then you see in the Los Angeles Times, not the National Enquirer, ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Times on 12/12/89, forecast 10 changes for the coming decade. And one of those 10 changes, number 4 in fact, will become necessary in the future with the availability and widespread use of electrical and chemical implants that will allow 24-hour-a-day control of individuals' behavior. Now, are you beginning to get interested in the abductee experience? I hope that you are. You might be next. Next slide. This is just a letter to me from another researcher, next slide, who sent me this. It's in my book. It's the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, Foreign Press Note. Foreign Broadcast Information Service is a division of the Central Intelligence Agency, which monitors foreign broadcasts on radio, television, military, civilian broadcast waves, and gleans information. This entire report, each paragraph is a separate report of flying saucer or UFO reports in the Soviet Union during the period covered by this report, and this report was issued 22 November 1989. You never heard of any. Every paragraph. One of these paragraphs refers to a crashed craft on a hill from which they recovered pieces of technology that we're not capable of manufacturing. Next page, please. All of these. Now you'll see at the top is what they found up here. You look closer so I can read it. Some of the scientists have concluded that the object that crashed into Hill 611 was an extraterrestrial space vehicle constructed by highly intelligent beings. Doctor of Chemical Sciences V. Vysotsky, it's a good thing I'm not Russian, I couldn't talk, stated that without doubt this is evidence of a high technology and it is not anything of a natural or terrestrial origin. He cited the fact that the remnants of fine mesh included bits of thin threads with a diameter of only 17 microns, and that these threads in turn were composed of even thinner strands twisted into braids. Extremely thin gold wires were discovered intertwined in the finest threads, evidence of an intricate technology beyond the present capabilities of terrestrial science, according to this man that I can't pronounce his name. Next slide, please. And it continues. Next. Next. And I was marking some of the locations. There's a mark on here somewhere. Right here. There's one of the locations, one of the reports. Next slide. These are some of the others. I didn't mark every one of them. I marked the important ones in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Next slide, please. This is the first known civilian photograph of a UFO. Next slide. This is a letter, the Gerald Light letter. This letter is absolutely astounding. It confirms everything that I've been saying. Nobody knew that this letter even existed until Bob Exler presented it at the 1989 MUFON Symposium in Las Vegas. He presented this on July the 1st. I had already issued my information that this confirms on May the 23rd of the same year. In here, he says, "My dear friend, I've just returned from Muroc." Remember I told you Muroc is Edwards Air Force Base now. "The report is true, devastatingly true. I made the journey in company with Franklin Allen of the Hearst Papers and Edwin Norse of Brookings Institute, Truman's erstwhile financial advisor, and Bishop McIntyre of LA. Confidential names for the present, please. When we were allowed to enter the restricted section after about 6 hours, in which we were checked on every possible item, event, incident, and aspect of our personal and public lives, I had the distinct feeling that the world had come to an end with fantastic realism. For I have never seen so many human beings in a state of complete collapse and confusion as they realized that their own world had indeed ended with such finality as to beggar description." Can you get the sense of what this guy had gone through? "The reality of other plane aeroforms is now and forever removed from the realms of speculation and made a rather painful part of the consciousness of every responsible scientific and political group. During my 2 days visit, I saw 5 separate and distinct types of aircraft being studied and handled by our Air Force officials with the assistance and permission of the Etherians." Notice he calls them Etherians, which means that he attaches some spiritual significance to them. And notice also that he capitalizes Etherians, signifying that he may have viewed them as gods. I have no words to express my reactions. It has finally happened. It is now a matter of history. President Eisenhower, as you may already know, was spirited over to Muroc one night during his visit to Palm Springs recently. And it is my conviction that he will ignore the terrible conflict between the various authorities and go directly to the public via radio and television if the impasse continues much longer. Well, we know that he didn't do that. And it goes on. We don't have time to read it all. It's in my book in the appendix. Those of you who get the book, you can read it at your leisure. Next. This is the second page. Next. This is Bishop McIntyre. Next. There's old Ike. Remember the slogan, "We like Ike"? Ike started this crap. Next. There he is again. Remember what Ike said to us when he left office? Does anybody remember that? He tried to warn the American people against a group, a powerful group within the defense industrial complex, which might seize unwarranted power and destroy this country. And nobody listened to him. Next. I think he would have said a lot more, but he didn't want to die. Was this one of the little guys he met? Or is this for our entertainment? Next. Is this one of the little guys? Now, this is a very well-known photo that's been leaked out to the public. It's been thoroughly debunked by everybody in the world, but it's never been proven false. Never been proven to be a fraud. Nobody knows where it came from. Now, I hope you all know what debunked means. Let me show you what debunked means. What's your name, ma'am? No, it's not. What's your name? No, it's not. What's your name? No, it's not. That's what debunked means. Next slide. One of the things that I saw and I talked about earlier was that there was an elite group of scientists called the Jason Group, administered by a corporation which at that time was not the MITRE Corporation, but is the MITRE Corporation now. I talked about that all over the country. People said, you're crazy. Well, I found reference to them in the Pentagon papers that were leaked by Daniel Ellsberg. And in the Pentagon papers, it said that the Jason Group had invented and come up with the electronic barrier that was placed across the DMZ of Vietnam to detect and prevent the North Vietnamese regulars from coming across the border. I was there on the DMZ. It didn't work. So they're not as smart as they think they are. But they do exist. Some people submitted Freedom of Information Act requests and actually got the truth out of the Pentagon. The first official acknowledgement that they exist. We submitted one and got it, but what I'm going to show you is not what I got, because people always doubt what I get, so I'm going to show you what somebody else got. Richard Whitmire of the Gannett News Service published this in the Olympian in Washington, and this is what he found. Next slide. He found that these guys are incredible. They have the highest security clearances in the nation. There are several Nobel Prize winners in the group. They hold the protocol rank of Rear Admiral, which is 2 stars whenever they visit any military installation, ship, airplane, Air Force base, or government facility. They are paid $500 a day consulting fee, and they are literally some of the best brains in this country. Next slide. Next. And these are some of the lists. These are some of them. There is only one woman among them. Her name is Claire Max. Let me see if I can find her. I think she's on the next slide. There she is, Claire E. Max. Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics, Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. What do they need with a planetary physicist in a government consulting group? Next. Next. I always try to point out what's happening with women because I'm very sensitive to women's needs nowadays. I think, really, truthfully, if the world were run by women, we wouldn't be in this situation. Next. This is Bob Exler's idea of what the cover-up structure looks like. He believes wholeheartedly that to have a cover-up of this kind, involving this kind of technology, you would have to have full support from what we call corporate America. Now, this would be very easy in this country because who is corporate America? It's literally the Council on Foreign Relations. And I'm going to show you later that not only is this possible, it's probably absolutely right on. Next. Next, we've already looked at this. This is a piece of film that was sent to Leonard Stringfield, who is another researcher, who, the person who sent this film said that this was an alien extraterrestrial body recovered from a craft that had been burnt. I've looked at this at every angle that I possibly can think of, and I can't tell what in the world it is, except that you can sort of get a sense that it's probably biological something. Next. This was also sent to Leonard Stringfield, and the same thing was purported to be said. They said that this was the burned body of a crashed extraterrestrial being from a crashed spaceship. And this one is a right here, under the body, is a pair of Air Force flight glasses. I've seen enough of those in my life to know exactly what they are. Next. This is an official U.S. The newsreels captured it. We went down to watch Roy Rogers on Saturday morning, and they showed us this thing hopping around on the flight line in front of a bunch of reporters in bleachers, and it never went anywhere. It just sort of hopped around, and the pilot had this incredible, terrified look on his face. Next slide. This is a photograph taken at a junkyard at a, I believe it was White Sands test range. Nobody knows what it is. Looks like a mad welder went wild. Next. This is a photograph. It's supposed to be able to learn how well parachutes of different designs work with this thing. Is that true? I don't know. Next. This is another one. We couldn't figure out what this is used for. We compared the shape and the size of this to the known nose cowlings of large aircraft, and we haven't been able to find anything that it fits. But there's a lot of experimental aircraft that you never get to see, so that doesn't mean anything really. Next. These are photographs of 3 UFOs, or actually 4. One's almost out of the photograph up there, over a power plant. They seem to really like power plants. They're seen a lot, especially around nuclear power plants. If my theory about the cattle mutilations is correct, that might explain it. Next slide. February 27th, 1951. Isn't Lassie beautiful? Next slide. This advertisement was in this magazine. Flying mobile camper of the future may be electric powered, plugging into any electric outlet for recharging. Now this is during the period of time when people like Herman Oberth, the world-renowned rocket scientist who was the teacher to Dr. von Braun, was saying that we couldn't take credit for all the technology that we've developed in the last decade. And when the reporter asked Dr. Oberth, what do you mean? What other nations helped us? He said, it wasn't another nation, son. It was those little guys from out there. And the security people grabbed him and hustled him right out of the press conference. That was at his retirement. It was also the same period of time when William P. Lear, John Lear's father, said on a television talk show, when asked what he could see for the future, he said, you will be able to get into a phone booth in Los Angeles and step out in New York City. And he wasn't joking, and the audience laughed at this man. This was one of the bigwigs in the defense industrial complex who knew exactly what was being researched in our laboratories at that time. Next slide. And also in this magazine, this scientist, Richard Wilson, exposes flying saucers. He says what they've been saying for day one, they're weather balloons. Next slide. Albert Einstein. If, in fact, extraterrestrials were real and we had recovered that technology, I'm sure that Albert Einstein would have known about it, would have been in on it in one way or another. Next slide. And he may have known about things like this, the proceedings of the Lunar and Planetary Exploration Colloquium. May 13th, 1958. Look at that date because it's very significant when you look at what's in this book. And I'm going to show you a few pages. I've got this book at home. I guard it carefully because it's the only copy that's ever been able to be located, and I've got it. Introduction to the Initiating Group, Scientific Aspects of the Lunar Surface. How did they find that out? The physical characteristics of the lunar surface. The geological aspects of the interior of the moon. Evolution and nature of the lunar atmosphere. Didn't someone tell us that there was no lunar atmosphere? Isn't that correct? Or was I not paying attention that day? Next slide. In this paragraph, they say the introduction to the initiating group is that this is a lunar-based planning group. And then it's going to be attended by the RAND Corporation, by people from UCLA, by North American Aviation. Next slide, please. You can see that this colloquium took place between May 13th, 1958 and April 25th, 1959. Next slide. Next. Here's another contents of a separate section of the same document. The chemistry of the moon, chemical resources on the moon, power for a lunar colony, where to land on the moon, observations on Mars and Venus. It doesn't say observations of Mars and Venus. Gamma-ray spectroscopy of the moon's surface, program of lunar and planetary experiments, and the crater Linnae, which is very important, ladies and gentlemen, because the crater Linnae has completely disappeared from the surface of the moon. You cannot find it. It's as if bulldozers have covered it up. Next slide. But in 1958, in this document, there may have been someone on the moon at that time. Next slide. Are orbiting the moon who took these photos of the crater Linnae. What's so interesting in the crater Linnae? Why did they have that in their colloquium? Well, there's a couple of things. One is this right here. Look at the crater. See the crater? See where the shadow is? And see where the sun is? There's another crater. See where the shadow is and where the sun is? That means this is not a crater. This is something sticking straight up from the surface or coming out of the surface of the moon. The caption in the photograph said that this is gas escaping from the interior of the moon. But there's even something even more interesting, and that is in this crater there is a dome. And in this crater there's also a dome. These are both the same photograph taken with different filters. Next slide. Now supposedly we had nothing up there in 1958 and 59 orbiting the moon, and there was nothing on Earth that could take a photograph like that from the Earth. This is the Tonopah area of Nevada. Tonopah Test Range is out in this area. Next. Down here you can see Nellis Air Force Base. See again up here, Tonopah Test Range. Down in here is Mercury. Over here is Groom Lake. Next slide. This is the Tonopah Test Range with some revelations on it. Stealth fighter flight path, turn off to TTR, rocket on stand, radar road, large radar facilities. Unmarked runway used by stealth fighters is here. We could go on and on, but we don't have the time. Next. This area is also the test range. Nellis Air. Over here it says Force Base. Gold Flat. You see over here is Tonopah. Right up here it says Saucer Mesa. See that? Saucer Mesa. I don't know if that means anything, but I think that's a hell of a coincidence in an area where they're testing flying saucers, that you've got a name on a map called Saucer Mesa. Next. This is a letter from a man who worked this is in my book, so I'm just going to brush over it lightly, who worked in Area 51 and saw the saucer fly. Next. That's just a lens cap for my camera. We cover up names to protect the identity of people so that they don't get hurt. But in here, he talks about seeing crates with Project Red Light. Project Red Light is the name of the project that I saw that flew crashed alien discs and the technology that we had. for flying saucers. He also talks about the fact that when a certain siren would go off, they were supposed to run into a building and they couldn't look out the windows. Or if they were caught outside, they all wore a little pouch on their belt that contained a black hood. They were to take the black hood out of the pouch, put it over their head, and lie down on their stomach on the ground and not move. Next. And he goes through, he talks about, he says he saw the pilots. They were human and they were just slightly larger than he was. Next. And next. This is a photograph of one of the craft flying above Area 51 in Nevada. Next. This is a photograph of some craft. I forgot where this was taken. It was not in Nevada, but this symbol, some people say that this symbol belongs to a group of aliens called the UMO group. Now, I did a lot of research to find out if there's anything in this earth named UMO. I found an UMO corporation in London, England, that was a KGB front company. Just like the CIA has front companies. One of them is Gray Advertising in New York City. Belongs to the Central Intelligence Agency. They are the ones who pay the expense checks for UFO Cover-Up Live. Next. This is a saucer developed and flown by the French. It is real. It flies. It's not a joke. Next. It's another view of the same saucer. You can see the hatch down here. This is significant. That is a watertight, airtight hatch.
What kind of technology is that?
Boy, you got me. It says here, it says 3 135 horsepower engines would supply the power. Doesn't say that it did, and it doesn't say what kind of engines. Next. Now, if you remember, not too long ago, Jackie Gleason's wife, after he died, released an unpublished manuscript, and in it she says that Jackie Gleason told her that he was asked to accompany President Nixon to Homestead Air Force Base, where President Nixon showed him dead alien bodies in a morgue. Jackie Gleason was very much interested in UFOs and all of that kind of stuff, and he was a friend of President Nixon. Nobody knows if the story is true, but I don't think his wife has any reason to lie to us. Why would she want to discredit her dead husband with something ridiculous that wasn't true? Next. And that was the cover of this magazine, June 14th, 1955. Next. In which this story appeared. This was information leaked by a general. And he gave them a scoop. These are actual drawings of a United States Air Force flying saucer. Tells how it worked. Shows the air base of the future. And what is it? I'll be damned if it isn't an underground base. Where they can go in and out this way, out cliffs like they do under the Archuleta Mesa near Dulce, New Mexico, or up out the top. What a coincidence. Next. Next. As it evolved into this. Here we are again at the Nevada test range. Next slide. Now, this is Broom Dry Lake right here. Notice it says danger. Right up here is where the 29.5-mile marker is. Right up here somewhere is the little alien. Down here is Las Vegas. This highway goes up out of Las Vegas through Alamo to Ash Springs. Then you take this highway down here to the 29.5-mile marker, and you look directly at Groom Lake on any given night from dusk till dawn, and you will see them fly. You can take photographs of them. You can videotape them. Thousands of people have done it. They have called into radio shows and said what they saw. When Billy Goodman was on KVEG in Las Vegas, every night, dozens of people would call in and report what they saw out there. Next slide. That's Groom Lake again, showing the tunnels that go to Los Alamos and up to Tonopah. Next. These are the facilities at Groom Lake. The United States Air Force and the government say that there is nothing there. It is a barren desert wasteland with a dry lake bed. There is nothing there. This is where they developed the U-2. Next. It's another view of the same thing. Next. Here's another view. Same. Another view. Another view. Another view. I guess by now you all know there's something there. The runway is over 30,000 feet long. That's 6 miles. It's really closer to 7 miles from the people that I've talked to. This is a satellite, an SR-71 photograph. Next, this is, no, the other one was a satellite photograph. This is an SR-71 photograph, I'm sorry. Next slide. And this is what we've been able to identify as being there. The runway was built in 4 phases. They have a TACAN, which is a tactical navigation tower, navigational aids, access road, refueling ramp, tank farm. Tank farm is fuel tanks. Pipeline, road, housing, MiG haven. They have one of every kind of MiG that was ever built here. Power lines, water supply. This is a National Security Agency, CIA satellite intercepting dish antenna. Next. This is one of the underground tunnels. We found a publication, we'll look for something called Project RAND, which turned out to be a deep underground symposium hosted by the RAND Corporation and attended by some of the biggest defense contractors in the country. And in it were these photographs. Next. The date of this symposium in this publication was 1959. Next. Next. Look at that drill bit, ladies and gentlemen. In this, they said they had the technology to drill a tunnel 45 feet in diameter at the rate of 5 feet per hour. No one knew this technology existed at that time. We thought the Hughes drill bit that drilled for oil was the greatest thing since butter. Next. Look at that. Next. Now you know why Howard Hughes knew almost everything. These were developed by the Hughes Tool Company. Next. 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 What kind of engine turned these things? In the symposium report, it says, just as airplanes, ships, and automobiles have given man mastery of the surface of the earth, tunnel boring machines and shaft sinkers will give him access to the subterranean world. What in the hell are they talking about? And construction of underground facilities. I also saw in the documents that there were underground bases all over this country, specifically in the Four Corners area of Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. Next. Next slide tray. You got to go back to the beginning. Okay, next slide tray. Everybody stand up, take a stretch so you don't get kinks in your muscles. And we're just going to keep going right on through, and then we'll take a break in about 30 minutes. Wrong, and you need to help us find out what the truth is. I don't pretend to know all the truth. I think I have some of the answers. I think I have reached some pretty good conclusions, but again, those are my conclusions, not yours. If in your research or your activities you can prove something that I have said or done or shown you here wrong, I want to know about that so that I can verify your research and your conclusions and change it. Just go ahead and put the first slide on.
Is that the first one? That's backwards.
Backwards?
I think so. Is it first?
Forward button.
Okay, go back to 0. Go back to 1. Is that 1? Okay, go to 1.
That's the last one.
Okay.
Should be number 2.
Okay, when we began to research this underground stuff and these tunnels, we found newspaper articles that stated, this is the Los Angeles Times, Wednesday, June 28, 1989, the secret of Moscow's underworld. Moscow also has tunnels under it, as does much of the Soviet Union. And next slide. Next. This is the Dulce, New Mexico area. Let me get my little wizard zip gun here. This is the small town of Dulce, New Mexico. Everybody is making a big mistake calling this the Dulce base, the Dulce underground base, the Dulce papers, the Dulce this, the Dulce that. It causes confusion. I don't know how many people have gone to Dulce, New Mexico, walked all day around that little town, and have come back and said to me, there's nothing in Dulce, New Mexico. And they're absolutely right. There never was. Except some very nice people who are terrified. North of Dulce, however, there is an area called the Archuleta Mesa, up here. Under this mesa is an underground installation of immense proportions. Up Seguro Canyon here, there's an area right in here where there are 400-foot cliffs, out of which people who have gone on expeditions that knew exactly where the base was, because they came and talked to those of us who know and found out where to go, have gone up to these peaks across Seguro Canyon from Archuleta Mesa and observed the mesa and these cliffs and the surrounding area. They have seen UFOs fly over this mesa. They have seen them stop over the mesa and showers of sparks come down. Nobody knows what it means. They have seen craft fly in and out of this 400-foot cliff area here. They have seen strange marks on the ground from the air. They have reported during the night hearing what sounds like CB radios or police radios coming from in this area. And I'm sure you've all heard what that sounds like. But there's nothing up there. There's not supposed to be anything up there. The old-timers who live in the area will tell you that, and that's on the Colorado side up here, the old-timers who live up here on the Colorado side, will tell you that back in the 50s, there was a logging road built up in there, and logging trucks went back and forth every day, but they never brought out any logs. Next slide. This is the Colorado side of Archuleta Mesa. Here's the logging road that they built. You can see it. Went all the way up here and then up into the mesa. It's not being used now. This is all under the Jicarilla Apache Indian Reservation, and Archuleta Mesa is considered to be their holy land, their holy ground. It's an excellent security proposition for them. They didn't have to build fences or anything. The Indians keep people away. The Indians see the strange lights and the craft flying back and forth, and they attributed this to their religious beliefs that they have seen all through their history, that it's in their writings, in their tales, in their stories. You can get some of the most incredible stories about UFOs from American Indians, when they will talk to you. Next slide, please. These are some more of the photographs from the Rand Symposium. Next. Oh, This is a page from an Air Force textbook. Space, let me see. I forgot the name of it. I think it's Physics and Space Technology, I believe. But anyway, in this textbook, it says the most commonly described alien is about 3 1/2 feet tall, has a round head or helmet, arms reaching to or below his knees, and is wearing a silvery spacesuit or coveralls. Other aliens appear to be essentially the same as Earthmen, while still others have particularly wide wraparound eyes and mouths with very thin lips, and there is a rare group reported as about 4 feet tall, weight of around 35 pounds, and covered with thick hair or fur, and in parentheses they have clothing with a question mark. Members of this last group are described as being extremely strong. Human fear and hostility. It says, besides the foregoing reasons, contacting humans is downright dangerous. Might be one reason they want to keep themselves secret if they're really here. Now, this is a textbook. This is a page out of a U.S. Air Force Academy textbook. Next page. This is another page out of the same textbook. It says, this leaves us with the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet, or at least of alien-controlled UFOs. When this textbook got into the hands of researchers, they excised the entire chapter from the textbook. Next. See if the name of it's on here. Nope. Okay, next. This is Janet 146D. You want to know why people don't report these things? Want to know why more airline pilots don't speak up? Why more captains of ships don't speak up? It's because of Janet 146, Joint United States-Canadian Communications Instructions for Reporting, and notice it says vital intelligence sightings. Now, in this regulation, it says, if you make this report, you can be thrown in jail for talking about any of the information in the report. You can be fined. You can lose your license. But if you don't make the report, it's okay to talk about it. Next. And this just goes through telling you what's in here. Next. 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 Wait a minute, go back to the last. Oh, here we go. Stay on that. Unidentified flying objects. Just want to make sure that you know that this specifically stated in this report that they are to be reported. Next. Okay, let's go through this. Go ahead. And go ahead. We just don't have time to cover every paragraph and all of the pertinent information. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. You can see how extensive this is. Keep going. Keep going. This is some footage that I put in here because someplace I get to where I'm going, and they have assured me they will have a video projector, and they don't. So you'll see a little bit on Kennedy assassination here. I use these photographs because this man was extremely human and photogenic and charismatic. So much so that if you hated his politics, you still couldn't help like John Kennedy. Most of the pictures you're going to see came out of this magazine, next, this magazine, next, and this book, next. Go ahead. Can you imagine pictures like this of Richard Nixon? Lyndon Johnson, George Bush, Gerald Ford, oops. Next. Next. Look at that. I'm not going to ask you this because some people are probably not going to be able to raise their hand. But I just wonder how many men in here have kissed your father lately. Next. This is a photograph of Kennedy after he'd been shot in the throat. Jacqueline is looking at him in horror. He's clutching his throat. Next. This is William Greer beginning to turn around. You can see his hand here, his arm. You can see the end of the gun barrel right there. Next. Now you can see him. Here's his hand, his arm. The gun is right behind this flash of reflection here. You can see him looking directly back at the president. Next slide. Next. Now, you can see the top of Kellerman's head right here. People argue that that's a reflection off the top of Kellerman's head. It is not. You can also see Kellerman's hand is on the wheel. Kellerman, that's his arm and hand, is actually driving the car at that point. Kellerman is a Secret Service agent who was the passenger in the front seat. Pardon? No. No. John Connolly was sitting directly behind Agent Kellerman. And his wife was sitting directly behind Greer. That's John Connolly's wife, and that's John Connolly. Next. This is Kennedy's grave. Next. Everybody wonders why Jacqueline Kennedy never said anything. That's the reason right there. Where were her children? They were being guarded by the Secret Service, who just shot her husband. It was the Secret Service. Who the hell was she going to tell? And what was she going to tell them? To this day, her children are in the guard of the Secret Service, and so is she. Next. It was not Lee Harvey Oswald, ladies and gentlemen, because that's him right there, standing in the doorway of the Dallas Book Depository as the motorcade drove by. The Central Intelligence Agency has agents in the civilian community writing books and making statements to keep you confused. They will tell you that's not Lee Harvey Oswald, it's somebody who looks like him.
What was Jack Ruby's part in?
I don't know, but he certainly had a part. Next. There he is again. Lee Harvey Oswald. We have done body proportion measurement comparison. We have studied the clothing. We have studied the jawline, the features of the face. Next. And it is Lee Harvey Oswald. Next. And that's us if we don't do something quick. Next. Now, everybody wants to know, why do we have to have a one-world government? Why is it that they won't let us have these things that we know will cure disease? Why are they so hard on homeopathic medicine? Why this, why that, why this, why that? It's simple, folks. Once you really get into it, there is no doubt about it, there is a serious population problem. At the end of World War II, or actually during the war, they did a study to try to determine the effect of the returning soldiers from the war upon the economy. What the people who made the study projected was that there was going to be a whole bunch of babies born. They did a study again in 1957, which stated that the exponential increase of the population would ensure that the population would double between 1957 and 1990, and it did. They said that if something wasn't done, the increase in the use of insecticides, toxic chemical waste, effluent sewage, the pollution of the air, the use of fossil fuels, the use of timber, the increased need for raw materials was going to put us in a crisis, because they said that if something wasn't done to stop the growth of the population would double again 28 years from 1990. And it will. And then we will need twice as many trees, twice as many homes, twice as many cars, twice as much oil, twice as much food, twice as much everything. We will be putting twice as much sewage into the earth, twice as much pollution into the atmosphere, twice as much toxic waste material. And the study said if we don't stop this, if something isn't done, the human race will cause itself to become extinct shortly by or after the year 2000. Some people still didn't believe it. So the Club of Rome was formed secretly by Dr. Aurelio Pacheco in Rome, Italy. He got together a group of elite men and scientists, and they did another study and came up with exactly the same answers. They then commissioned a group of people in the United States at MIT. They put together a team to establish a computer model to determine what can be done to stop this, what can be done to ensure that it doesn't happen again, what can be done to ensure that the human race survives. And the answer is some of the things that I'm going to show you. All of this is in my book. It's thoroughly documented. It's going to really upset some of you, but it's true. The first indication publicly was this book written by Dr. Paul R. Ehrlich. Now, you all wonder why is Dr. Paul Ehrlich writing these books? That's because his wife, ladies and gentlemen, is a member of the Club of Rome. Next slide. This was copyrighted first in 1968. It was the first indication of the results of the secret studies. This was published by Paul Ehrlich. Next. It says here, probably accurate to say that if all the food produced in the world today were in some sense equally distributed, that everyone would have an adequate diet. Does that mean that those who claim that there is no population problem, only a problem of distribution, are correct? Absolutely not. Population pressures are a product of animals as they exist, not as they might be. If lions ate grass instead of antelopes, the plains of Africa could support many more of them before the plains would be overpopulated. Similarly, the carrying capacity of Earth for saints is considerably higher than the carrying capacity for Homo sapiens. In theory, the problem of human overpopulation could be solved by a reduction in population size or by a change towards more saintly behavior. The current situation of global overpopulation is so serious, and the built-in potential for further population increase is so great, that the only sensible strategy for humanity today is to end population growth and start a population decline as rapidly as is humanly possible, simultaneously striving to achieve a more equitable distribution of the food and other goods of this planet. Limiting births and increasing social justice are not alternative strategies to preserving society. They are, ladies and gentlemen, necessary complements. Next slide. Now, here is the key. In this book, Paul Ehrlich told us that they had already decided on the solution because they had tried zero population growth and we didn't buy it. We didn't buy it. It worked in some small areas, but it didn't work in many, and it certainly didn't work worldwide. This paragraph tells you everything that you ever need to know about what is happening today and will answer a lot of your questions. Basically, then, there are only two kinds of solutions to the population problem. One is a birth rate solution, in which we find ways to lower the birth rate. Didn't work. Didn't work. The other is a death rate solution, in which ways to raise the death rate, war. You asked me about the Middle East. You asked me about what happened to Iran. You asked me about El Salvador. You asked me about Nicaragua. You asked me what's going to happen in the future. This paragraph tells you what's going to happen. Famine, pestilence, find us. They have just shut off the water to all the farmers in the San Joaquin Valley. They produce 50% of all the vegetables that are consumed in this country. Do you believe that's an accident after reading this? Large corporations and banks have been forcing the small farmer out of existence and buying up land which sits fallow. Do you think that's an accident? We have sold all of our grain to the Soviet Union. Do you think that's an accident? There's not 20 days supply of grain in this country if we needed it in an emergency. Now listen to this. The problem could have been avoided by population control, in which mankind consciously adjusted the birth rate so that a death rate solution did not have to occur. He's telling us, ladies and gentlemen, that they have already decided upon it and that it is in effect. Next. The next warning was the limits to growth. This was published by the Club of Rome. Next. The conclusions are, and this is only what they revealed to the public, what they told to the power elite of the world is an entirely different story and is much more radical. If the present growth trends in world population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion continue unchanged, the limit to growth on this planet will be reached sometime within the next 100 years. The most probable result will be a rather sudden and uncontrollable decline in both population and industrial capacity, and what they don't say here that they said in the secret report is that the masses of people in the world will result to the overthrow of their government and anarchy will reign as they try to feed themselves and their families and find jobs. It is possible to alter these growth trends and to establish a condition of ecological and economic stability that is sustainable far into the future. The state of global equilibrium could be designed so that the basic material needs of each person on Earth are satisfied and each person has an equal opportunity to realize his individual human potential. Who would suffer the most under such a plan? Not the rich, ladies and gentlemen. They are in control. It's going to be us. Americans consume most of the raw materials in the world. 50% of the energy supply is consumed in this country. We pollute the earth more than any other nation. It is us who are going to have to go back and live like our ancestors did, and they're going to make us if we don't learn how to do it on our own. I'd rather be a volunteer than a slave. I don't know about you. If the world's people decide to strive for the second outcome rather than the first, the sooner they begin working to attain it, the greater will be their chances of success. And down in the last paragraph, something really important. These conclusions are so far-reaching and raise so many questions for further study that we are quite frankly overwhelmed by the enormity of the job that must be done. We hope that this book will serve to interest other people in many fields of study and in many countries of the world to raise the space and time horizons of their concerns and to join us in an understanding and preparing for a period, and listen to this because they're not kidding, it's coming very soon, for a period of great transition, the transition from global to global equilibrium. Henry Kissinger said when asked what he foresaw for the coming decade, he said, everything will be different. There will be a new world order. Many will suffer. For those who survive, the world will be better. And the last thing he said, we will have the world we have always wanted. Now, if you know anything about Henry Kissinger, he never wastes words, and he knows what's going on. Next. This is the regionalized and adaptive model of the global world system from the computer model at MIT, designed for the Strategy for Survival project of the Club of Rome. Patriots in this country have been running around calling the Club of Rome a subversive organization. They've been trying to ensure our survival. They're a study group, a think tank. That's all they are. They don't make the decisions. Next. We don't have time to go through all of this, but it's in my book. That chapter is going to be the most interesting chapter that you're going to read in my book. And everything that I say in there and here is thoroughly documented. Next. And next. And next. These are the New World regions. There's already a new constitution has been made for the United States of America. It's called the New States Constitution. It was paid for by your tax dollars over a 10-year period. It was developed by the Center for Democratic Studies in Santa Barbara, California, and it cost $25 million. The entire Constitution is also in my book. Next. You could see by there, Region 1 was the combination of the United States and Canada, and that's the real reason for the lowering of the trade restrictions between the United States and Canada. We are fixing to be merged. Next. And next. There are 10 regions in the New World Order, and you are looking at them now. Next. Next. What's one of the answers? Alternative 3. I also saw documentation, and I've already shown you documentation on slides, that there may have been somebody in the moon in 1958, and I can tell you right now, there is a base on the moon. We are attempting to colonize space because of their attempts to control our greed and our wastefulness and our destruction of this earth do not work. The only hope for the survival of the human race is colonization of other planets. Next. This is verification. I can't tell you who wrote this letter, but it is a letter that was delivered into our hands from, well, I can't tell you that, but this confirms that as far back as 1962, working for the Jet Propulsion Labs in Pasadena, she was working on photography taken of the moon and Mars from objects that went there. I can tell you that the first landing on Mars of a probe occurred on May the 22nd, 1962, sent back photographs and verified the existence of an atmosphere that could support life. This woman was married to a man. She says in this letter, his function was to design domed modular living facilities. Next slide, please. For colonies of Earth scientists to be stationed on the moon and then Mars. It was called Project Adam and Eve. We didn't get this letter, ladies and gentlemen, until August of 1989. I had already revealed the presence of a colony on the moon and Mars on July the 2nd, 1989. Okay, next. 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 Report from Iron Mountain on the possibility and desirability of peace. Next. This is really important. Though not yet expressly put forth as the development of a long-range sequence of space research projects with largely unattainable goals, this kind of program offers several advantages lacking in the social welfare model. First, it is unlikely to phase itself out regardless of the predictable surprises science has in store for us. The universe is too big. In the event some individual project unexpectedly succeeds, there would be no dearth of substitute problems. For example, if colonization of the moon proceeds on schedule, it could then become necessary to establish a beachhead on Mars or Jupiter and so on. Next. This is a book called Exploring Space with a Camera, published by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Next. In which you see tracks on the surface of the moon. Now I want you to notice where these tracks go. They start way up here, they go down, down into this valley, up over this hill, down in this valley, up over this hill, down in this crater, up over this hill, and down here. And NASA says it's rocks rolling downhill. Next. Next. Here's another one. Look at this. It goes way down in this crater, up here, over here, down in this little crater, up, down again, and stops right there and makes a long shadow. Next. Here's another one.
So whatever was making those tracks was still there.
Yes. Next. Look here. Look at those tracks. Look at that object and look how big the shadow is. Here's another small set of tracks here. Goes out into the washout and the light. And here's another one. It comes up out of the crater and down here. And there's the object casting a shadow. Rocks rolling downhill. Next. These are official NASA photographs taken right out of a NASA publication. I didn't fake them. You can go get the same book and look at them yourself. They told us there's no water on the moon. I guess that doesn't call for any comment, does it? Next. This is another book that we had to get because they had pulled it off the shelves when they found out what was in it, and another one also. Also printed by NASA. Next. There's the title page. Next. And this is the other one, Atlas and Gazetteer of the Near Side of the Moon. We have located one in the library of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which the title is The Lunar Base, and we are trying to get someone in there to photograph it now. Next. 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 Right here, you can see a machine inside the crater throwing dirt out of the crater, and right there you can see a saucer sitting on the rim. Over here you can see a crater that's already been artificially mined and is just left vacant. Next. That's another view of it. You can no longer see the disk that was sitting on the rim. It's gone. Next. Pardon? I don't remember. We've already passed that page. Does everybody want to go back to it? Got to be quick. Go ahead. Next. Down in this crater, you see all kinds of artificial objects. We have no idea what they are. They're not natural. It's really strange. You can see here a building with a ramp coming this way and then up to the top, and then a flattened off top here and square corners all around it. You never find anything like that in nature anywhere. There are other objects. I won't go into them. That is the most obvious. It has square corners all the way around. Next. Here you can see the antenna from the lunar orbiter here. Look at these weird things in this crater over here. These are the ones we just looked at, and that's where the mining is going on, or what appears to be mining up there. And this is the artificial crater that we looked at. All of the other photographs that you saw were macro photography taken from this photograph out of the book. Next. Anybody see anything strange there? It's right out of the book, folks. Don't see anything strange? What's that? Next.
I don't know. What is it?
Give me the next slide. What is that? Give me the next slide. Okay, go back one. This looks exactly like a B-24 Liberator bomber. Is it? I don't know. Look over here. Here's another one. There's a wing, there's a body, there's a tail section. Small plane. Next. Look here. See this mountain that has been shaved off? The top is flat and there are 4 domes on it. Can you see it? Give me the next slide. I know there's somebody out there that's faking. They don't see it yet. Okay, give me another slide. Now can you see it? Right out of the book. Look at this dome here on this flattened off area. It looks like a piece of pie. There's a dome. 4 domes on this mountain. And we're talking from way, way up. Those domes are big, even though they look small to you. Next. This is the crater Kepler. Anything unusual there? Right out of the book. Look at this. You see those 4 domes lined up in a row right there? You see where the side of the crater has been cut out? Do you see where somebody's built it's either a road or a wall beside a road that goes from here down into the crater? Incredible things in these books. Now, we only had a short time to look. We didn't have any magnifying glass of any kind, and we had to take these pictures. If we had had the time, we probably would have found a lot more. But we had to do what we had to do and get out of there because of the restrictions put upon us. Next. There's a close-up again. You can see the 4 domes right in a row. You can see the crater's been artificially cut out. Next. Look at this. What is this? This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. We don't know what it is, but it resembles the freeway interchange in Los Angeles, doesn't it? We don't know what it is. We didn't know what it is. But look what's in this crater right here, and you see it all over the moon. If you look real good in these craters, it's a big, giant, T-shaped object that can bend itself to conform to whatever it's sitting on, and you see them in all of these photographs. Next. Look right up here on this ledge, folks. You'll see a whole bunch of buildings. See them? They're all square and rectangular with perfect 90-degree angle corners all the way around. Next. This is what we were looking at, the freeway interchange. I don't know what it is. I just call it that because... Next. Oh, go back. I'm sorry. There's something I want you to see. What is this? Next. And you can see that a little bit better there. Next. This is one of my favorite photographs. Something crawled over this lip of that crater, gouged out the lip, crawled down, gouging the earth away, made a turn here, came back, crossed its own path, and went back over the lip of that crater. I guess it could have been a rock rolling downhill. Next. There's a close-up of it. There is no doubt about this, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it as plain as day. It came up over this rim, came down, made a turn, went back over its own path, and out. Next. Look at this. Experts that we have taken this to say that that resembles the crater made by a very large artificial explosion, such as a nuclear weapon. Next. That's Kepler again, just to show you that it did come out of the book. Next. 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 What was it? Oh, you can see these T-shaped things again. There's another one. You can see here an opening into the moon here, shaped almost like a triangle or a pyramid, and there's something parked right there. I have no idea what it is. There's another one up here, the opening, triangle shape, and something parked right there. Look here, there's another T-shaped object here, or cross-shaped here. There's a building right here, or what appears to be a building. Look here. Look at these tracks. Look at this. It has an arm coming out the side and something trailing behind it. Next. Look at it. Boulder rolling downhill. Next. I forget what this was. I think we were just looking at this strange, looks like somebody's been running around there with a bulldozer. We don't know what it is. Next. Can you see the clouds? Can you see the clouds in the lunar atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen? This is an official NASA photograph out of an official NASA publication, a book that they printed that shows clouds in the atmosphere of the moon. Next. Of course, we could be imagining things, but we're not, because you can see those clouds go over geological formations and over the rims of craters. Next. You ever seen a square crater? Next. Oh, look here, folks. What is that? Doesn't that look like a triangular-shaped lake or reservoir with an island in the middle? Is it? I don't know. Next. That's the same picture a while ago. I kept trying to get a better picture of this object because you can sure see that thing sticking out with an arm trailing behind it. Next. Yeah, we saw it. This is, and this is incredible that they would allow this to be published. It says here, they resemble many steep terrestrial slopes, including those of some man-made craters produced by explosives. Next. Here are again 2 triangular-shaped openings into the moon. They are not the same location as the other ones, and they have a platform at the lip, but there's nothing sitting on these as there was on the other ones. Next. Anybody see anything unusual here? What we're looking at is across the entire crater Copernicus. What I'm looking at is a page of the book in which, in a very small portion of that photograph, I have taken this with macro photography, and in this you can see a base in that crater across on the far side of the crater, and you can see towers, you can see buildings, you can see tanks, you can see another tank or tower over here, and you can see it even better. Next slide. Check it out. Next slide. Look at this. Look at this big Christian cross right here. Look at these buildings here. Look over here. It looks like what's a building up under this ledge. These are all perfectly square corners. They do not occur in nature. Any expert will tell you that. Next. This right here is a pyramid, exactly to the same scale of the Pyramid of Cheops. This is a Christian cross. Now, this is so far away that this cross has to be hundreds of feet high. A rock. Next. See the pyramid? See the tower? See the buildings? Next. Again, there's the cross. It is huge. You can see tanks right along here. They look like oil tanks. Here's another tower over here. See it? Next. Again, you can see the pyramid, you can see this tower, you can see the cross, you can see looks like a city here. These are buildings. All have perfect 90-degree angles, all over the place. Again, here's the tanks, look like oil tanks. Next. What was this? Sometimes when I don't look at these all the time, I lose what the heck I was even looking at to begin with. Oh, right here. Look at this. This is some kind of an artificial installation that has been built. Look, here's a perfect square. Here's perfect right angles. Here are two arches. Here is an arch that goes over something that goes underneath it. What is it? I don't know. But I can assure you that it is artificial. It is not natural. Next. Look at how this has been flattened out here. And I think there were some domes or something here, if I remember correctly. I can't see it now. Next. And next. Now this is the photograph that I took of the base across the crater. See the tower? We're looking all the way across the crater Copernicus, and you can still see that tower sticking up. That's how big it is. That's what caught my eye. And then I began to take macro photographs. It wasn't until we really developed the film that we knew that we had anything from that, because this is the photograph that I was photographing. That's why NASA put it in the book. They overlooked it. Next. That's Kepler again. Next. That's the crater Copernicus. That's the one. This is the photograph that I took the pictures over there. The last one you looked at was a close-up of about this area. And the close-ups that you saw where the base was were right in here. Next. That's the one, remember, we talked about, we didn't know what it was. It looked like a bulldozer had run back and forth inside the crater. Next. 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 Boulders, downhill, moonquakes. There's the Christian cross. This is the base again. These are the buildings in here. Next. These are photographs of Mars, ladies and gentlemen. What you're looking at is agricultural terracing. Ancient agricultural terracing. You can follow each terrace all the way around. NASA says this is wind erosion. But NASA tells us that Mars doesn't have any appreciable atmosphere, only 1% as dense as Earth's. Next. Next. These lines are exactly like the lines on Nazca, and you can see that each line carves into the lip of that crater. Next. Here you can see the face on Mars. Up here you can see an arrow in the surface of Mars. See it? Over here you can see pyramids. What we call the fort. We don't know what it is. Incredible? Damn right it is. Look at this plateau with these buildings on top of it. Next, or whatever they are. Another view. Next. Under computer enhancement, the face has eyeballs and also has teeth. Up here, I was reading this book, which is the Encyclopedia of Space or something put out by NASA, and this covers Mars. And on here I notice this Mars airplane Robotic surface exploration, Mars airplane, what are they talking about? They told me Mars only has an atmosphere 1/100th as dense as the Earth, yet they're preparing to build a Mars airplane? Well, maybe my concept of a plane is wrong. Let's pursue it a little further. Next. There's an official NASA photograph of the Mars airplane that they intend to build. If what they tell us about the atmosphere of Mars is true, this airplane will not fly in the atmosphere of Mars. It's absolutely impossible. Look at the nose of that airplane, ladies and gentlemen. You will see a propeller spinning. Next. Yeah, this confirms the alternative 3 scenario. Franklin D. Martin, NASA's Associate Administrator for Exploration, has the host of reasons for sending humans to Mars, but after he gives all those reasons, he says, science is one of the reasons you do these things, but it's not the driver. The driver is the survival of the human race. Next. These are some more of those lines like Nazca on Mars. Here you see the arrow. Next. Next. Oh. Okay, let's go back one and change slide trays. We're almost through the slides and we can get into some serious stuff. Robin Quayle told me if I came to Georgia and did this, that she would take me to dinner tonight. But I think she left already. This is the face on Mars again. Look at that square crater right next to the arrow. We measured the arms of this arrow and the length across it. It's a perfect triangle in here, and these arms are exactly the same length. The chances of that being a natural occurrence are almost zero. I imagine there's some remote chance, but I certainly wouldn't give that much credence. Next. And look at this down here. It's almost boat-shaped with what appear to be buildings on top. They may not be buildings. We can't get perfect 90-degree angles on it, but that could have been eroded away over who knows how many centuries. Next. The black dots. Those are places where the spacecraft was sending back the information and it didn't make it to Earth. They're not freckles, they're not painted dots on Mars, they're just where the bits of information didn't make it from the spacecraft to the Earth. Yeah, the face is approximately 1 mile across. Next. I really don't know, ma'am. I try not to guess at things, especially if it doesn't even remotely look like what we might guess it might be. You have to understand, when we're trying to interpret something totally alien to this Earth, we have to understand the concept of what the word alien means. What we might perceive as a landing strip might be a carnival to them. Who knows? Look at this. This is the Martian probe that we landed in 1976, I believe. And it took this picture of something flowing from up here down to here. Could be sand. Sand does flow under the right circumstances, or it could be water. If that's flowing water, then that's significant. If it's sand, it means nothing. Next. Government scientists call newly discovered heavenly object a stray asteroid. Sounds kind of interesting, doesn't it? Until you read the subhead. Astronomers worldwide in disagreement with official explanation call phenomenon an intelligently guided object. London Evening Standard. I think that's 7/10/60, page 3. Next. Now, if you won't believe all this other stuff, how many people in here believe that Gordon Cooper, the astronaut, is a credible individual? Can I see a show of hands? He's an astronaut. He's also a colonel in the United States Air Force. Now he's retired. He wrote this letter to the United Nations, and in the first paragraph he says, "I wanted to convey to you my views on our extraterrestrial visitors, popularly referred to as UFOs, and suggest what might be done to properly deal with them." Certainly. I was waiting for the gasps to die away. I believe that these extraterrestrial vehicles and their crews are visiting this planet from other planets which obviously are a little more technically advanced than we are here on Earth. I feel that we need to have a top-level coordinated program to scientifically collect and analyze data from all over the Earth concerning any type of encounter and determine how best to interface with these visitors in a friendly fashion. What's another reason for a one-world government? I'll tell you why. If people can't get on a bus with black people without causing incidents, if they can't accept a Chinese person who moves into their neighborhood because they're a chink, how in the hell are we going to interface with a completely alien race from another planet? Okay, next slide. This is in my book too. A lot of this stuff is in my book with a lot of stuff that you're not seeing here. In fact, there's a lot of stuff in my book that nobody has ever seen before in their life outside the secret government. This is an accident report that occurred at Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. 7 miles southwest of Niland, South Dakota. They got an alarm situation that at a missile site called L9, there had been a security breach. They sent a SAT team out that consisted of Airman First Class Jenkins and Airman First Class Reiki. There was SAT alert team, or security alert team called SAT. Next slide. When they got out there, they saw these crazy little guys running around in silver suits with helmets on their head and something hovering real bright above the missile silo. Reiki went up the hill, challenged them, told them to stop. They didn't stop. He raised his M16, and they blasted him with some kind of a light and melted his M16. They never even found a piece of it, and gave him second and third degree burns all over his hands and arms. He called back to Jenkins, who came from the vehicle. Jenkins saw 2 of them, fired at both of them, hit one in the helmet, one in the chest. They both fell to the ground. A few seconds later, got up and ran off and went up into this craft, which zoomed away into the sky. Further investigation showed that the nuclear components of the warhead was missing from the missile. Next. And next. UFO photographed over Disneyland, that's it down there. In the space of clicking the shutter of the camera, this thing moved back and forth about 12 times and then caught it here. That's how fast it was moving. And the reason I included this, because while people who go to Disneyland may be interested in fantasy, they're usually families, they're usually middle-class people, they're usually respectable, they're usually credible, and thousands of them saw this. Next. There it is. That's incredibly fast when you figure that during the time the shutter snapped, it moved back and forth that many times. Next. This is a Billy Myers picture. One of the things that I think is incredibly suspicious about his still photographs is they're always sticking out of the tree. However, I must caution you because he has produced some movie film which is incredible. It's been analyzed by different countries, different people, different scientists. They can find nothing wrong with it. Shows craft way out in the distance with trees in between, flying over cars that are moving on the ground and all kinds of things. Next. This is one sitting on the ground. Looks like, never mind. Next. This is a drawing that an abductee made of the craft that they were supposedly abducted and taken up into. Next. This is one of the best of the historical, genuine photographs of UFOs that exists. Because of the different things in the photograph, you're able to obtain perspective, depth, and you're able to triangulate and compute the size and shape and distance away from the camera of the saucer. Next. This is another very good one. Next. This was over Phoenix, Arizona. It was seen by hundreds of people. Next. This was taken over Mount Rainier in 1948. It's original Kodachrome slide, which we made the prints from. And I made slides from the prints that we had then, and we also made 4x5 negatives and transparencies in case something ever happens to the slide. This is given to us by someone who works in the government, whose identity cannot be revealed. This is perfectly symmetrical. It is not a meteor. It is moving exactly parallel to the ground. This is ionized air. It is not fire or flame. Next. This is commonly what's known as a lenticular cloud formation. This red haze over here is the test firing of a rocket at the Rocket 9 facility at the west end of the San Fernando Valley. I only know that because I used to live right on top of the mountain next to it. Next. Somebody's hat blew off. Next. Notice that photograph was taken by the local barber. These are photographs that were taken in New Mexico and Colorado during a particularly heavy, what they call a flap. There's a lot of sightings by a lot of people in one area. And there were a lot of photographs came out of that. These are some out of the newspaper. I tried to photograph them so that they can be identified as not something that I made up. I have been accused of being the most rotten bastard that ever lived, making up everything, phoning photographs. So I have to be very careful. Next. This photograph was taken over London. It's one of my favorite. I have a degree in photography, and this is a very artistic photograph. It's a very rare photograph, and it is a very unusual subject, and I have to like it. Next. This is another part of what I call Project Snowbird, to make the public think that what they're seeing can be explained away by technology like this. And you saw some of it on the news about the war. They said they had things that can fly over the enemy and do recon with no pilot in them, so no loss of life if it gets shot down. That's what that is. Next. And next. And this is just about the Aurora spacecraft that they fly in Nevada. It's what they call a TAV, Trans-Atmospheric Vehicle, which literally takes off from Groom Lake, flies completely out of the atmosphere, can orbit the Earth, and I believe that it can do more than that, but that's where I'll leave it. Next. This is the first photograph that we had of the UFO over Mount Rainier taken in 1948. The man at first would not allow us to even touch the slide. So we took a camera and made a picture of the slide, blew up the slide, made a print, and made Polaroids from the print, and then we're photographing the Polaroid. That's how crazy we were getting, until finally he agreed to allow us to use the slide, and we were able to make the prints that we have and the transparencies and the 4x5 negatives to preserve that image. Next. We go through a lot of work to produce the material that we have. Believe me, it costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of searching. Sometimes it takes begging and pleading and everything else. Next. And next. Next. This is what's called a cigar-shaped object. This appeared in Omni magazine, and this is a photograph taken photographed of the photograph in Omni magazine. Next. Next. This is a classic UFO photograph. It's considered one of the best ever taken and is considered by every expert to be absolutely genuine. Next. This is the man who took Albert Einstein's place, Stephen Hawking's. How many of you read his book? Anybody here? I would suggest that you read it. Next. Another lenticular cloud formation. Is there really a cloud? Or could they possibly have the ability to generate what looks like a cloud around them? I don't have the answer to that question. Next. I read in documents when I was in naval intelligence that they do have the ability to generate clouds of what appears to be clouds around them. I guess water vapor. I have no idea in the world what those are except clouds. Next. And next. Is this what they're trying to make us believe is happening? So that we'll accept a one world government, give up our freedoms, submit to totalitarian control? Is that the easiest way to control us so that we don't destroy the earth? Is that what this is all about? That, by the way, is from The Creature from the Black Lagoon, which was a classic horror film for the buffs. Next. And next. They do exist, folks. For those of you who thought they didn't, never saw any, they exist. This was taken from an airplane window. So you know that nobody threw a hubcap into the air. It's above the clouds. Next. This was taken by a tourist in Hawaii. He didn't even know that it was in the sky. He was taking a picture of these beautiful women, and it wasn't until he got the pictures back and he was showing his vacation photographs to a friend, or at least this is the story, that his friend said, "What's that?" And he said, "What?" I never saw that. And this is a close-up. Next slide. Incredible. Next. Now, they say this is a UFO. I spent a lot of time in Vietnam, and it sure looks like a flare to me. Next. Anybody know what this is? This is the Russian space shuttle. What's it look like? It looks like the U.S. space shuttle. Now, I'm going to tell you something that for some of you is just going to shatter your whole world. The United States and the Soviet Union have been secret allies ever since World War II. And the guise of antagonism between us has been artificially produced to create large sums of money from the populations of both countries for experimental methods of controlling populations and to fund and carry on a joint space program to colonize the moon and Mars. Please don't hang me. But it's the truth. Every bit of technology that the Soviets have ever obtained has been given to them covertly by the United States of America. This is no accident. That is our space shuttle that we gave to them. The only thing is theirs has a little bit better technology in it because we experimented with ours first. We gave them the atomic bomb, and then we fried the Rosenbergs as scapegoats. Next. Next. These are a series of photographs put together from the Venus orbiter. The United States maintains that the atmosphere of Venus is so thick that we cannot take pictures of the surface of Venus, and cameras and film will not last, or cameras and TV cameras will not last on the surface of Venus to send back pictures. So they do what's called cloud-penetrating radar mapping, and that's what this is. For you Hollow Earth folks, there's a hole up there. I don't know what it means. Next. If any of you see this happening, please call me immediately. Next. This is a photograph of the Russian Venusian lander sitting on the surface of Venus, sending back pictures of a sun-drenched desert landscape. Somebody's lying. Immediately after the Russians released this photograph, officials and government people from Washington called a high-level meeting with the Russian space program people, and you never saw it again. Next. These are comparisons of the two, the Russian photographs and the photographs that we get. Now, I want to give you some food for thought. Recently, they had a flyby of Uranus. Remember that? And most of us were glued in the middle of the night to our TV set, hoping to see something strange that we'd never seen before and get a little bit of illumination from what was happening out in space. The target of the probe was the planet. Does anybody remember that? The target was the planet. The main interest for the flyby was the planet. What did we see? Anybody know? Did anybody stay up like I did and watch? We saw the moons of Uranus. We saw one long-range shot of the planet, and we never saw it again. But we saw the most incredible close-ups of the moons of Uranus that you could possibly hope for. Why? Why wouldn't they show us the planet? And it happened elsewhere also. Next. This is a book after its kind. In the documentation I saw, that symbol there was said to be the trilateral signal, or the trilateral symbol used by the aliens as their symbol. It literally means, in ancient writing, I found it, finally. The first place I ever saw it, outside of the official documents, was on this book. The second place was in a Bible that contained a page of old ancient Christian symbols. And another one, I found a book in the library, I forget the book, but it was about symbology and symbols. And this is an ancient symbol that means mother and father with the children. See, these are two old symbols. You take this apart and you have a mother symbol and a father symbol, or a man and a woman symbol. Put them together, it's mother and father. It could also mean the process of reproduction. With a circle on one side, it means one child. With a circle on the other, it means two. This literally means mother and father with the children. The thesis for this book is a scientifically dependable yet popular analysis of the theory of evolution. In it, he asserts that there must have been some outside interbreeding or influence or genetic insertion into the human race to produce modern man. Next slide. This book was first written in 1927. Next. This is an article that just says how they can move technology, secret technology, from government laboratories into the world. Next. And next. Oh no, go back one. Go back one, please. Right here. This is a perfect illustration, folks. Look at this photograph, and you'll see that in the shadows there is no detail whatsoever. In space, without an atmosphere, there can be no detail in shadows because the only thing that will produce light in shadows is diffusion of light through an atmosphere. Now, next photograph. which proves that this photograph was not taken on the moon. Or if it was taken on the moon, there is an atmosphere. Next. Oh, this was right after I gave my talk in Sedona, which I'm sure some of you know about. I was driving back the back roads because I wanted to see some of Arizona because I had fallen in love with Arizona, and now I've moved there, and I'll show you how much I've fallen in love with it. And I saw this cloud form. There was nothing there. There was no cloud in the sky anywhere, and all of a sudden, bam, a saucer-shaped cloud right in front of my eyes. I stopped and took the next picture, next, and it disappeared as equally, as quickly as it had formed. There was not another cloud in the sky. There's no lake. There's no water anywhere. It was incredible. I can't explain it, but it's certainly something worth looking into. Next. This is a drawing made by one of the students at Glass College where I was the executive director. Stan was the head of the security department. Some of you know Stan Barrington. He's my only authorized representative in this world. Would put my life in his hands, and I have on several occasions. Stan was the head of the security department, and one of the students in the security curriculum was in trouble, was failing. Stan was counseling the student, and she drew this picture. And she drew, next slide, this, and next, this, and next, and these little guys. Now, she had no idea that I knew anything about UFOs or flying saucers. Nobody in the world did at that time. Stan didn't even know then, and I didn't even know then that Stan had guarded a flying saucer when he was in Delta Force in the Army. But Stan brought me these things, and he said, "You ever seen anything like this?" And I said, "I don't know, Stan, where'd you get it?" He told me, and we brought the girl into my office and sat her down, and I began to try to find out why she was failing and where this stuff came from, and it turns out she had a year of missing time. A whole year out of her life she could not account for, and she couldn't concentrate on anything, and that's why she was failing. Next. This was drawn by Krista Tilton. Notice the similarity. My student had never seen Krista Tilton in her life, had never read a UFO book, didn't know anything about any of this. Next. 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 This is Aviation Week and Space Technology, November 21st, 1988. Write that down because somebody's going to ask me. November 21st, 1988. You can find it in used bookstores and libraries. Next picture. In which this ad appeared, talking about technology so advanced it will help answer some big question, and on the facing page, what's there? This picture. On the side of the neck, there's hair growing. We did extensive analysis of this photograph. We rephotographed it, we relit it, we blew it up. We tracked down the photographer who would not tell us what it was he photographed. We asked originally to Amoco for the name of the artist who drew the picture. They said, "I'm sorry, we can't reveal the name of the photographer." We found the photographer. He would not tell us what he photographed, but he sent us an 8x10 copy from the original negative, and then we began to work on that as well as with the ones we had photographed out of the magazine. And this is what Amoco told us. They told us several different things. First, they told us that it was a 9-foot-tall bronze statue. Second, they told us it was a 12-foot-tall bronze statue. And third, they told us it was a 9-inch clay statue. When we pressed for more information and became literally obnoxious on the phone, not accepting what they were telling us and wanting to see the original artwork, they refused and hung up on us. So, whereas I cannot say definitely that this is a live alien, I can tell you one thing: it is not a bronze statue. I can also tell you it's not a clay statue. and hair don't grow on the necks of statues. Next. You can see the moisture in the eye, the incredibly small detail in the texture of the skin and whatever this is, and in the eye. Look at the lip. You ever kissed anything like that before? I know a guy that did in the back seat of a Chevy. Next. Look at the incredible detail. I have never seen an artist in my life that was capable of doing this kind of work. But I haven't seen all the artists that there are either. Next. Look at the lines on the neck. Look at the detail in the arm. Next. Look at the hair on the neck. Can you see it? It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. That little fuzzy hair. Look at the lips. Look at the throat, the detail, the wrinkles. Next. Look at the moisture in the nostrils and tell me that's a bronze statue. Look at the moisture in the eyes. Look at the incredible detail in the folds of the eyes. Look at this bag under the eyes. Next. I think they're trying to tell us something. Next. Next. These are letters from England that was a big hoax. Next. It purports that a alien craft crashed in the Kalahari Desert of South Africa is perpetrated by one guy named James Van Grunen. It's a total hoax. Don't believe it. If you want proof, write to me. If you think you can waste your time pursuing this, I'll give you the proof. Next. 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 Just keep on going right on through. Okay, next. Oh, this is significant. 1917, the Imperial Japanese Mission, record of the reception throughout the United States, the special mission headed by Viscount Ishiki. John Dewey, professor of philosophy at Columbia University, he's the one who built our education system that is not teaching our kids anything. He said, first sentence in his speech, someone remarked that the best way to unite all the nations on this globe would be an attack from some other planet. In the face of such an alien enemy, people would respond with a sense of their unity of interest and purpose. Next. Knowing who John Dewey was, and knowing what he's done to our educational system, and knowing that this was written and planned a long time ago, this is probably going on. Next. This is from the report from Iron Mountain. Credibility, in fact, lies at the heart of the problem of developing a political substitute for war. This is where the space race proposals, in many ways so well suited as economic substitutes for war, fall short. The most ambitious and unrealistic space project cannot of itself generate a believable external menace. It has been hotly argued that such a menace would offer the last best hope of peace, etc., by uniting mankind against the danger of destruction by creatures from other planets or from outer space. Experiments have been proposed to test the credibility of an out-of-our-world invasion threat. It is possible that a few of the more difficult to explain flying saucer incidents of recent years were in fact early experiments of this kind. Next. By guys like this. Next. Or this. You might know who this is? It's John Lilly. one of the fathers of the CIA mind control methods. Next. Is this what's going on? Next. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is the first chapter in my book. Once you read that, you will have a complete understanding of what's happening in one very important area. And you will get an understanding of what the elite think of us, the common man, the mass of ordinary, everyday people, which is what most of us really are. We're all special in our own way, but we are a part of the masses of people. They believe that we are cattle, that we do not use our intellect, that we are easily manipulated, that we will not solve the problems of the world because we are greedy scumbags. And because of that, we are nothing but stakes on the table for those who will use their intellect. And until we change that, they're going to treat us like cattle. And I've got to tell you right now, on a daily basis, we prove them right. Next. Close Encounters of the Third Kind, E.T., V, many others. Many movies. We've been bombarded with alien movies, alien commercials, an alien spaceship landing at the end of the 1984 Olympics to reinforce in our consciousness the creation of an alien threat that does not exist, or to wake us up to an alien presence that has been here for many years. It's not an accident that these things are happening. It's not an accident that you're seeing on your TV. Was ITT or ATT? AT&T, one world, one card. These aren't accidents. Right out here in the lobby of this church, you see a picture of the world on the bulletin board. And go, when you leave, just look what it says. Next. Don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not opposed to a one-world government at all. I think in the evolutionary future of mankind, it is absolutely necessary and unavoidable. What I'm opposed to is being manipulated into something I know nothing about, and knowing the fact that if I have to be manipulated into it, I'm not going to like it. And knowing that the best government that's ever been created on the face of this earth is going to be destroyed in the process. And that we're going to lose our Constitution and our Bill of Rights in the process. That's what I'm opposed to. I want to be included. I want to help them decide what this is going to be so that I can be satisfied with whatever it turns out to be. Stephen J. Kurzweil, MD. I've met this man. I've talked to him. I've researched this case thoroughly. This is his credentials, his curriculum vitae. Look at who this man is. This is no flake. This is a medical doctor with many degrees, a lot of credentials and memberships in many of the medical society, what do you call them? Associations, I guess. He's also Phi Beta Kappa and an Alpha Omega Alpha Honor Medical Society. This guy has the credentials that most people would drool for. What happened to him? I'm going to show you his testimony here in a couple of minutes. What happened to him, he was approached by someone named Joan Thompson at not at a UFO meeting, to attend a UFO meeting. He said he really wasn't interested, but went because she was a pretty woman, and he wanted to meet her. He went with her. It was like a date. He said what he learned there astounded him. He never heard of any of that stuff. But he also met somebody named Bud Hopkins. Joan Thompson told him that she was an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency, and Bud Hopkins identified himself as also being an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency and recruited this doctor to help them work with abductees. and report information to the Central Intelligence Agency. He worked with them for a while until he found out that Bud Hopkins had no credentials whatsoever, was an artist, a painter, but was hypnotizing people who had been abducted, was conducting group psychology therapy sessions with them, was extracting as much information as he could out of them and then dumping them like a hot potato. And this man, Stephen Kurzweil, MD, with all these credentials, reported Bud Hopkins to the New York State medical authorities, and nothing happened to Bud Hopkins. Stephen Kurzweil, on the other hand, was charged for being delusional, and they're trying to take his medical license away from him because he told them that Bud Hopkins was engaged in this research of alien abductions that the government was covering up, and he was judged to be delusional. We have all the documentation, the medical reports, everything. Next. It's all in my book. These are the official charges that the state of New York brought against him. It's incredible. Next. Schizoid personality disorder. Grandiose and paranoid type. Next. This is his testimony, sworn under penalty of perjury, signed and notarized. It's in my book. It proves the assertion that I've been saying all along, that most of the people that you ever see on the stage of a UFO symposium are working for the government. When they have a show on TV like UFO Cover-Up Live, which William Moore participates in, who is an admitted government agent, with all the others, and then they give a phone number at the end for you to call in and tell if you've ever had an abduction experience, and you go to your phone and call the CIA and tell them that you have had one. That's right, gotcha. You guys better start being careful, and you better start listening to those of us who are really looking for the truth and not trying to bullshit you. We are being manipulated on a grand scale by people who know what the hell they're doing. And if we don't wake up, we're going to be wherever they want us to be, and only we're going to discover that that's not where we want to be. Next. This. Oh. In my original paper, The Secret Government, which I published May the 23rd, 1989, I said that there had been a military coup in the United States. I documented in my book. 3 other people have confirmed that they saw the same message that I did, and that message was before Nixon resigned. Nixon was not going to resign. He didn't think that they could impeach him. And I don't know whether he could or not. Nobody will ever know because no trial occurred. But the Joint Chiefs of Staff sent a message to all military commanders of all the military forces, and the message said, upon receipt of this message, you will no longer accept any orders from the White House. Acknowledge receipt. That's unconstitutional. That is a military coup. Nixon was forced to resign because they yanked the military out from under him. They cut off his communications to his commands because those communication centers are under control of the military. In my book, it's documented. You no longer have to take my word for it. Nobody believed me when I published that at first. But now 3 other people have come forward and stated that they saw exactly the same message that I saw. And that's in my book. Their names, everything. Their statements, sworn statements. This is the sworn statement of David Race. It is notarized on the original. You can see the notary seal, which didn't photograph very well. Next. He also named 4 other witnesses that saw it with him. Richard Doty. This is extremely interesting. Richard Doty. Richard Doty was the agent in shadow called Falcon on UFO Cover-Up Live. I also found reference to a project called Project Mogul, which you have to remember that it was in July 1947 that the Roswell crash supposedly took place. You have to remember this William Moore, a confessed government agent who researched and wrote the Roswell incident. It's Richard Doty Falcon who's been working with Moore for years to supply him information. Richard Doty is the counterintelligence agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation at Kirtland Air Force Base. These are the notes of an interview that Barry Greenwood did with Richard Doty. It's funny that Project Mogul, a project that released balloons on July the 3rd from Holloman Air Force Base, which floated in the direction of Roswell Air Force Base, on July the 3rd, 1947, and these balloons were coated with thin aluminum sheathing. Now go back and remember the description that Jesse Marcel gave of what he found in the field on Brazel's Ranch. And the man in charge of that Project Mogul was Richard Doty's father. That's significant. We are now in the process of getting documentation through the Freedom of Information Act to prove this. Next. I'm saying that we can no longer accept that a UFO crashed on the basis of the evidence that we now have. We've got to find out there's something else to this. They have a Project Mogul that released balloons on July the 3rd near Roswell, New Mexico. It's coated with thin sheeted aluminum. No, it wasn't. No. No. They also released balloons from Project Mogul also in June, on several dates in June of 1947. What I'm saying is that Richard Doty is participating in putting out phony flying saucer information to the world, and his father was in charge of Project Mogul, that we need to look at this more closely. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand. These balloons were also released in June of 1947. The crash at Roswell occurred in July. Well, you have to also understand that you're taking the word. You have no evidence. You're taking the word of an intelligence officer who may be participating in creating something for you to believe that doesn't exist. Listen to me very carefully. One of the best ways to bring about a one-world government and get you to accept the destruction of your Constitution and the loss of the sovereignty of this nation is to create an artificial alien threat from outer space so that all humanity will give up whatever they have to and band together to face this threat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm presenting evidence to you that should make you want to do some more investigating before you believe anything. And I specifically stated at the beginning of this lecture, I don't want you to believe anything that I say or anything that I show you, but I want to create enough curiosity and maybe anger and maybe a lot of other things in you that you help me start looking for the truth. That's what I'm about.
Earlier, you said that you would explain why the government's spent billions of dollars on stealth aircraft and other conventional aircraft with this technology that we have. Why are they so ignorant of the fact that we have this kind of technology, if that be the case?
I've already explained it to you, sir. Some people can't, and I know it's hard to put all this together. You saw that there's a population problem. The technology that they're hiding from us would make us live longer, would give us better lives, would give us a source of possibly free energy or next to free energy. would probably give us methods in which to kill most, if not all, illnesses and diseases. And their goal is to cut back the population. They're not suppressing cancer cures so doctors can get rich. They're suppressing cancer cures so more people will die. So that they don't have to come out and say, you and you and you up against the wall, it's your day to get killed. They make it appear to be natural, or as natural as they possibly can. That's why.
Can you talk about AIDS?
This is a letter no, that's in the book. I'm not going to get into AIDS today. That's in the book. This is a letter that was written to the White House to Mr. Fitzwater, who was Reagan's press guy. And what he wanted to know is who wrote the paragraphs about aliens that Bush inserted into the end of 6 speeches that he gave during his administration. Most people don't even remember that he said those things, but he did. Next slide. What Marvin Fitzwater wrote back was that the president himself inserted those paragraphs. They were not put in there by the speechwriters. One of the speeches was to Boston High School students and faculty. Next. In which he said, I couldn't, but one point in our discussion privately with General Secretary Gorbachev, when you stop to think that we're all God's children, wherever we may live in the world, I couldn't help but say to him, just think how easy his task and mine might be in these meetings that we held if suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species, from another planet outside in the universe. Do you think all this stuff is coincidence? I hope you're beginning to wake up. He said this 6 times in 6 speeches in his administration. This is come together one world government stuff. This is alien threat from outer space stuff. 6 times the president said it. Next. To the General Assembly of the United Nations. Next. In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our difference worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war? What would a one-world government do? Abolish war. What is the threat that will bring it about? An alien threat from outer space. Please wake up. Next. In my book, I document the things our own Congress and our own people have been doing to destroy the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and join the one world order. Document it. I don't just say it, I document it. Most people don't know what goes on in Congress from day to day. They can pass anything they want to and you would never know it until they come and bang on your door and throw you in jail because you didn't know it. Next. That's right. But they're not there because they know that most people aren't watching and don't give a damn. The backbone of hidden government. This is documented in my book, NSDDs, National Security Decision Directives, National Security Memos, the fact that they write memos and write law outside of Congress and the executive branch, and most of it is signed by auto pen. The president never sees it. Next. And next. And next. And these are some of the things that they've done. There's no time to go into it. Next. Next. This is the United States with the Soviet Union into a one-world government. That's from an organization called Free, put out by Johnny Stewart. The address over there, it's in my book. You want to know why you can't get the truth off of television, radio, or the newspapers? CFR owns, controls them. Barbara Walters, all of them are members of the CFR. Next slide. This is the super world government. I have the Bush administration. It's updated in the book of all the membership in the Bush organization. Next. This is George Bush. Notice Dan Quayle's not a member. Now this is serious. Their goal is a one world order, one world government, the destruction of the sovereignty of the United States and the merger of the United States and the Soviet Union. Why do you think our generals and admirals have been going back and forth to the Soviet Union and theirs have been coming back and forth over here? They're getting ready to do it. Why do you think the Soviet Union began giving some more freedom to their peoples? The people didn't bring that about. It was given from the top down because it's time to solidify the New World Order when the European states come together. Why do you think that there are so many attacks upon our Bill of Rights right now? Because we all have to be on an equal level. We can't have all these freedoms if the rest of the world doesn't.
How does Israel fit into this world pattern?
I don't know what you mean by how they fit. There's certainly a thorn in everybody's sides, but not because they're Jewish, but because they will not settle the Palestinian question, and there'll never be peace in the Middle East until they do. This is not a Jewish plot. This is not a communist plot. This is not the Nazis plotting this. This is a secret group of men who've been around for a long time called the Illuminati. They are made up of all different religions, all different political viewpoints. They believe in reason. They believe in solving problems. They believe in controlling the populace if the populace won't control themselves. What's wrong with it? Do you like being a free person? I'm being serious. Who's the person who asked that question? Where at?
I'm saying we don't know what goes on in our government now as it is.
Whose fault is that? I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm trying to get at an answer. Really, I'm not picking on you. But I have to...
I'm just questioning.
Okay. The reason that this is happening is because we've all abdicated our roles as responsible citizens in this country. We bought a business. Here's what we did. We bought a business. We hired everybody that's going to work in this business. We stocked the shelves with merchandise, and we went on a permanent vacation. What do you think is going to be left of our business in 20 years when we come back? Nothing's going to be left. Because as soon as all those people that are working for you find out you're gone, everything's going to go, too. Oh, yes. Well, let me get through this because I've got a time limit and I've got to get through all this information. It's important that you know it. The United States was set up so that each individual citizen is a sovereign king. It's the first time in history that's ever happened. A king. Can you imagine that? A king. The government, for the first time in the history of the world, worked for the citizens. We sent representatives to represent our will in our state government and in our federal government. And while they were gone, we took care of their family and their business for them, and we sent them along a little stipend to live on. And they really represented us up until a certain point in time when all of a sudden somebody created professional politicians. And we quit watching what they are doing. How can we tell our politician what we want out of him if we don't even know what the hell he's doing in Washington, what bill he voted on, even what's coming up in front of him, and we never read the bills anyway. H.R. 5210 was introduced as the omnibus drug bill of 1988 to help get drugs off the streets, and everybody said, yeah, support it. But when you read it, inside it, it establishes funds to develop a national identity card. It establishes military installations as mental treatment centers. that legalized concentration camps. It authorizes prisons to borrow money to manufacture products, to sell those products on the open market with slave labor, which will destroy small business. I can go on and on and on. H.R. 4079 is in front of Congress, which will allow the President to create a national emergency for a period of 5 years, which will literally allow him to suspend the Constitution of the United States and declare martial law.
Thanks to Newt Gingrich.
That's right.
Could you explain that bill that Newt Gingrich had presented?
That's it.
That's it.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, this is our government, our country, and we're going to lose it if we don't get smart real quick. And we're going to find ourselves a part of a one-world totalitarian socialist state merged with the Soviet Union and the other countries of the world in a cashless economic system. Bankers already know it. That's my message to you. My message is to you that all of this extraterrestrial stuff may be phony. I may have been used. They may have passed me all this kind of stuff. For years I believed it was real, and now I have doubts, real doubts. Now I'm telling you, I don't know if extraterrestrials are real or not, but there's no doubt in the world that the technology is real. And I've shown you documentation after documentation after documentation. And there's more in my book. Much more. So much, in fact, that book is probably going to cause me a hell of a lot of trouble. But it's worth it if we can save our country. Next slide. There's the membership in the media. The only one that's relatively free is Cable News Network. Daniel Shore is the only member. And that might be why you see a little bit more on CNN than you see in any other network or station in this country. Next. But you only see it when Daniel Shore is off that day. Military. They have been teaching interdependence, one world order, one world government is the solution to war in the Naval Academy, the Military Academy at West Point, and the War College since the end of World War II.
I'm a little confused. I thought the war was one of the things they were trying to promote to solve the conflict.
No, war has traditionally been used to solve the problems. They want to bring about a one-world government that will eliminate war altogether, but they have to have a replacement for war. The replacement would be a tremendously wasteful space program to repel an enemy from outer space that may or may not exist. What we got to do is find out what the truth is. How would that reduce the population? Next slide, please. Next. Next.
Is Colin Powell on that list?
Next. Next. These are the letters I get back from Congress. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next. And from Alan Cranston. Thank you for your letter expressing your views on foreign policy. And he goes on to tell me what all he's done in the 100th Congress and what he's going to do in the 101st Congress. Next. Thank you. Screw you, Alan Cranston. Next. Out of 500 and I forget how many letters, sent a letter to every senator, every congressman. Those were the only replies that I ever got. Ever. I sent one to the president. I sent one to the vice president. I sent one to the attorney general and each of the Supreme Court justices. I never received replies from any of them. This is one reason why I never received replies from congressmen. This is a person who is a staff member of a congressman on Capitol Hill. She's actually the office manager. She says she sympathizes with everything that I sent, but the reason that the congressman isn't going to answer my letter, my inquiries, is that she threw it all in the trash can. Next. This is George Bush and the secret team. Next. Another reason for a new world order is if extraterrestrials are real, who speaks for planet Earth? Who? I mean, if they're really real, who's going to speak for all of us? Who's going to represent the Earth? Next. For all those of you who were going to tell me that you're just one person, there's nothing that you can do, I think this says it all. That young man stopped 17 of the most dangerous killing weapons of war that have ever existed right in their tracks, and they didn't move again until he walked away. That's a real hero. He has not been executed yet. He is a real hero. He's the only real hero that I know in this whole world. In this whole world. That's him right there. He's Chinese. And most of us would say, here comes the chinks into the neighborhood. That man is my brother. I don't care who he is. And I hope that you learn that he's yours. His heart's probably bigger than all of ours in this room put together. But that's your answer when you come to tell me that you're only one solitary little person. There's nothing that you can do. This is our country. It belongs to the people. And we can do whatever we want to do with this country, but we have to do it together. I hope that we can all find a way to do that. If we could have I believe that's the last slide. If we could have the lights, we'll have some questions and answers. Or we'll have some questions. I don't know how many answers. The core of the Trilateral Commission is certainly Illuminati. The core of the Council on Foreign Relations is also, in many other groups, one of the tenets of the Illuminati is that they would not use their real name. They would never appear under their real name, but under different names and different occupations. This is historical fact.
Bill,
Yes.
are you in personal danger because you are, advocating all of this?
It doesn't make any difference, and I don't want to dwell on that. I believe that the future for my family and for my daughter and for my children is more important than my personal safety. I believe that this country is more important than my personal safety. And you have to understand that we wouldn't have this country if George Washington asked if he was going to be in danger, if he signed the Declaration of Independence or signed the Constitution or participated in the war against the king. There are some things worth dying for. And I believe that I've found out what it is. No, I'm not afraid. Yes, I'm in danger, but I don't give a damn. Yes, Nancy.
I came to your talk 2 years ago last year, and I'm curious to know what political organizations have organized or what kind of activists. I mean, it seems it's wonderful to sit here and listen to all this stuff, and then everybody goes home and they don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we need to talk about that. One of the things that is bad about this country are political organizations. Because you tend to label yourselves and square up against each other instead of against the real enemies. For instance, I know many people in this room consider themselves to be right-wing conservatives. I also know many people in this room who consider themselves to be left-wing liberals. But I also know that in their heart, every one of those people believes in this country, believes in the Constitution of the United States, would never consent willingly to give up any of our rights under the Bill of Rights or under the Constitution. So therefore, this right-wing conservative, left-wing liberal is bullshit. They're really Americans, but they don't know it. They don't realize that they're just really Americans. Why label yourself something other than that? I'm an American, I'm a constitutionalist because that's what this country represents. The Constitution is this country. Destroy it and this country ceases to exist instantly. Therefore, I have no other political viewpoints, period. None other whatsoever. If it's allowed in the Constitution, I'm for it. If it's not, I'm against it, period. That's my political viewpoint. I would hope that it would be yours, because any other viewpoint is anti-American, anti-constitutional, anti-United States. I hope that if you think you're a right-wing conservative, that you'll stop doing that. I hope that if you think you're a left-wing liberal, I hope that you will stop doing that. I hope that you will become an American again, because that's what we all started out as, Americans, and all of a sudden we became something else. I'm black, whitey's out to get me. I don't want them blacks in my neighborhood. They're scumbags. They're Americans, folks. Pardon? I just did.
No, I asked you specifically what has been done by the people interested in the project. Have the senators, been contacted on that?
The only thing that you can do is throw the people in Congress out. People, we've been telling you this over and over and over again for years. Somebody's not listening. Well, I will not support any racist attitude from anyone, but you have to get the professional politicians out of Congress, out of office, out of the presidency, out of the governorship, out of the state houses, and you have to send citizens who will truly represent us, who truly will do what's needed, and only send them for one term, and that's the only thing that's going to work. If you think you're going to change the minds of these people who are so ingrained into, well, it's not politics, it's the destruction of this country. They're bent on it. If you think you're going to change their minds and all of a sudden they're going to start representing you, you're wrong. They're not. Yeah. I don't think I have time to go into it. The problem with the things that I talk about is there's never enough time to really talk about it. And I know that some of you are sitting there and you have questions and you want answers. And I can tell you that the answers are out there. Part of what needs to be done is you have to quit relying on people like me and others and help us. You have to become one of us who search and dig and educate. If all of you could go out of here and educate 10 people, each one of you, and then they could go educate 10 people, and it doesn't have to be in one day. You could take 6 months to educate those 10 people, and they could take 6 months to educate 10 people in a very short period of time. Everybody in this country would understand what our real problems are. The real problems are we're not paying attention. We're not running this country. We don't know what the problems are. We don't know what's going on. We've left our business and gone on vacation. We are fighting amongst each other while the real enemy is destroying the country. That's the real problem. That's correct. Yes.
May I suggest that everybody get a little copy of the Constitution? It takes about 20 minutes to read.
And if you don't have one, if you write to me and send me a self-addressed stamped envelope with 50 cents on it, I will send you a copy free.
Come up to me in the parking lot, I'll give you a copy of it.
Excellent. Yes, sir.
In your book, you stated there's a lot of tax effects.
When we went to press, I thought Oklahoma was the only state. It's actually in 22 states. Oklahoma is the only one I have the documentation on at this time.
Is that, the outcome? Have they actually started doing that?
They have until March 15th to register all their property, everything, down to the VCR, their knives, forks, and spoons, everything. If they don't, A tax man will be sent to their door with a warrant who will take inventory of everything in their home. Anything they find that was not declared on the list, or if they never submitted a list, they will be taxed 20% over and above what they normally would have been taxed. But you see, taxation is just the excuse to register the property. For those of you who want to order a copy of my book, I'm not a salesman. I didn't bring books with me. I never do that. I don't bring tapes with me, but we have them. Part of what I want you to do is get active. To get active, I'm not going to bring you the books or the tapes. If you want them, the order form is outside on the table. Pick one up, write to us. We'll send you a packet of information. If you order the book, send for the book, we'll send you the book. We'll do whatever we can to help you. Yes?
The animal mutilations,
yes.
human mutilations, the genetic things. Do you feel that probably this is a fabrication in terms of creating a fear in which, like you're saying, would come as an attitude of one planet against an alien?
It's exactly what I believe. Now, you have to know that when Hitler got ready to go into Europe, to invade France and the other countries of Europe, he began broadcasting Nostradamus' predictions. What did you see on television last night? Why do they use these predictions and prophecies? Why all of a sudden are you hearing that the book of Revelations is coming true in front of your eyes? To get you to give up. If it's been prophesied and it's going to come true, you're not going to fight it. To neutralize the Christian community so that they won't fight the new one world government. Hitler dropped the prophecies which said Hitler was going to win and was going to be the ruler of 1,000-year time of peace. So the French dropped their weapons and ran. Pay attention to what's happening. AT&T, one world, one car. Ma'am, I really don't have the answer to that question. The abductees say that it's alien extraterrestrial beings. You start doing research and you find out that the intelligence community has done so much work into mind control and implantation and being able to control individual human beings with this technology that you begin to wonder if it's really aliens or if it's really us. And then you look in the UFO community, you find out most of these people are connected directly to the intelligence community, are active agents that have been caught or have confessed. And you have to wonder what in the hell's going on.
Which one?
Pardon?
Which one on the list?
I can tell you that Richard Doty is, John Lear is, Bob Lazar is. You've seen evidence that Bud Hopkins is. I can tell you Whitley Strieber is, because there's no other place he could have gotten the information that he wrote in his book, Majestic, except from the same top secret documents that I saw, only he's never been in a position with a clearance to see them. He's an author. I could go on and on. Yes, sir.
What about personal property? If this new war over will go like you suggested tonight, what about personal property, like land, home?
Private property will be abolished. You will use what the state gives you. Remember I said totalitarian socialist state. In a socialist government, everything belongs to the state.
Will there be any places in the world that will have that kind of situation?
The question was, will there be any place in the world where they won't have that situation? Let me say this again, as George Bush. Read my lips. New world order. New world order. There's places you could go and probably escape for a time because it's not number one on their agenda, but they're going to get there sooner or later, believe me.
What about changing the bank?
That's coming. I foresee a cashless system where you use a card or a laser tattoo on your hand And I'm not trying to connect this with any religious prophecy. This is what I know is coming. This is what they have planned. I've talked to bankers who already know this is coming, and they're prepared for it. They're already withdrawing $100 bills from circulation now. Next will be $50 bills. They're doing it now. The president has already said, out of the Middle East conflict will come the New World Order. And people still keep asking me, how much time do we have? There is no time.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to say that ever since I was in high school, early high school, and I learned that the Federal Reserve was a company that was formed by, there's 9 families that own the Federal Reserve. It is a company. It's not a part of the government at all. The Federal Reserve, at the same time the Federal Reserve was formed, 2 constitutional acts or amendments were passed. And one of, my point is this, is that, well, I want to ask, I put a question out there, which is that Bush made a comment the other day on the news, and I think I've followed it for years, it's very interesting to me. I watched the Federal Reserve, the news that comes out of the Federal Reserve.
I understand. I'm not trying to rush you, but could you get to the point because we're running out of time?
Okay. One of my 2 points. One point is that Bush made a comment that this war will not create any trouble for the banking industry, which leads me to tell that as soon as the war is over is when they're going to call the notes due, and we'll go to a cashless system with a card. And my comment about that is that I don't see how people are going to, when you go to somebody and say, okay, give me your money and here's your card, this is where you are today, you're negative $500, or you're plus 2,000, whatever. The people are so attached to their monetary value in life that I find it really difficult to see American people to battle that. In other words, that in lieu of, oh, give me the card, let me be able to sell my future and give me this card, and it's okay if I can't have a card right now. Or can't, you know what I mean? It's like, I see the money thing as being another piece of the picture of going towards a totalitarian type government, because you're taking the money, your money is not yours.
A cashless system literally is slavery, and I'll tell you how that works. First,
as it stands now, the money in your pocket is not your money. And you're going to go to the bank one day and they're going to say, I'm sorry, we're not taking this anymore. It's not yours. It belongs to the Federal Reserve. And you'll see that on the note.
the Federal Reserve notes in your pocket are actually instruments of debt. And one way that they're going to get your property away from you is you can't pay for something with the debt. So you don't own what you think you own right now anyway, legally, under the Constitution. And that's the truth. They're going to come and they're going to collapse the economy instantly. The money is not in the banks. They've been doing fractional lending, fractional banking, which means if you have $1,000 on deposit, they can loan as much as 10 times that out. That doesn't exist. They created on the books with the stroke of a pen, which means that if all of you wanted to gather up enough cash to go pay your debts, you couldn't do it because the cash doesn't exist. If you wanted to go draw your money out of the bank, you couldn't do that either because it's not there. It's very easy for them to collapse the system. Those of us who have done the research know that the third world nations have already pledged their natural resources to the World Conservation Bank, which is going to be the new World Bank, in exchange for forgiveness of their debts, which means they're not going to pay back all those billions that we've loaned them, which means the money is not in the bank, doesn't exist. The economy is going to be the easiest thing for them to collapse. How are they going to get you to join the new economy? They're going to say, we have a solution. You see, one of the tricks of the Illuminati is they create a problem, and then they provide the solution when you beg them to. They're going to come to you and say, you have a house, and we have the note on your house. If you'll accept our new economic system, we'll refinance your house and let you keep it. You also have a car. We'll do the same with your car, and your furniture, and your kids, because you probably owe the hospital. Okay? See, when I was a kid, it was a disgrace to be in debt. Nobody was in debt. There was no such thing as credit cards, and if you even mentioned debt, People got angry with you. Now, in just my lifetime, and I'm 47 years old, they've changed all that to where everybody is in debt, and it's accepted, and if you're not in debt, you can't get a hotel room because if you don't have a credit card, they won't let you in. And that's the truth, and that's how they're going to do it. And you're going to say, well, I want to keep my house, I want to keep my car, and I want to keep my kids, so I'll join. And they say, fine. For every dollar you used to have, we're going to give you 10 cents, and we'll start all over. They're going to devalue the money at the same time and eliminate the middle class. And there will be two classes of people, the rulers and the rest of us. This has all been public knowledge for years, but people have ignored it, and they've called anybody who tried to educate them a conspiracy nut, an idiot. But you can see it coming through true right in front of your eyes now today. Every day you can see this happening. You can no longer call these people conspiracy nuts. I didn't believe it either until I started looking into it, and by God, they're right. Yes, sir.
Yes, I just want to share with everyone something I had read in Current Laser magazine, and under development, there is a barcode scanner that will not be able to be seen with the human eye, but will be seen with infrared technology. So that you could have a barcode scanner on yourself and no one.
That's right. It's an invisible tattoo, but it can be scanned. I'd like to say also that the reason I left California, took my family and left, I went to vote in the last election, and I saw on the voter registration form, next to my name, the Universal Product Code. I packed up my family and I left California. I now know, and I just left California, I was just speaking in Pasadena, I have seen them, it's true. The driver's license in California now have the Universal Product Code on the driver's license. It's not far off. The UPC, yes. The barcode, for those of you who don't know what Universal Product Code is. Yes.
It's been used in over 700 cities in Europe for over 70 years now, where they inject plastic under the skin with the right hand or the forehead.
It's going to be the new world. It's going to be your accountant. It's not going to be any more cash. There will not be any more swap meets. There won't be any selling your mattress to your neighbor when you buy a new one. Everything will be registered. They're already starting it in Oklahoma and 21 other states. You will register all your property. If they come to your home and something's missing, you're a criminal. There will be no black market. You will not be able to work. You will not be able to buy. You will not be able to sell. You will not be able to get medical care. You will not be able to do anything except with your number through the computer. This is the truth, folks. I'm not making this up. If you have a banker that knows you well enough to be honest with you, he will tell you this. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I do know that Star Wars is not what they're telling you it's for. Star Wars is the satellite computer link-up between the nations to make the one world banking and economy system work. And it's paid for by American tax dollars. If they want to imprison you in a 2-square block area, all they have to do is zero out your computer account outside that area. And you won't be able to live if you walk off your 2-block square area. If they don't want you to leave your city, they can do the same thing. Your card will only be good in your city. Yes?
Is it possible that they have developed this kind of system that is very similar to what's talked in the Bible as a psychological effect to get people to sort of...
Of course. It's like I said a while ago, they're following the book of Revelations like a script to neutralize opposition against them. If you believe that it has been prophesied and is ordained by God, you won't oppose them. I'm a Christian, and I'm not buying it. I'm going to oppose them. And I don't think that God or Jesus Christ would be very pleased with me if I didn't, even if it was God bringing it to pass. Because they're not going to like it. Let me take 3 more questions, and then unfortunately we're over time. I'd like to stay and talk to you more, but we really can't.
I have a brief question.
Okay, and your hand has been up for a long time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I really came here for some answers, and this is the one question I really would like to know because you've been going through such a learning experience through your research. When you saw that large ship come out of the ocean spread, it came up. This day, do you personally think that came from outer space of this Earth?
Personally, I don't think it was built on this Earth. Knowing what I know about the state of aircraft technology and about submarines. But what I think doesn't make a bit of difference. It's what I can prove that counts. And I can't prove that there's anybody here from outer space, although there's a lot of evidence to support it. What I can prove is that there's a lot of manipulation to put us in a one-world government and destroy this nation and enslave all of us in a cashless economic system. That I can prove. And that's what we better be looking at. Yes, sir.
You seem to think a lot of people earlier that seem to be involved in MUFON and the other organizations, and every time that people in the they all seem to be ex-military people that seem to have an incredible amount of insight. Is it basically just staff military people that are just here to tell you whatever you want to hear?
I don't know. I know that MUFON is not doing what they claim to do. I know that evidence has disappeared when it's been sent to MUFON. I know that physical evidence of UFOs is one of the hardest things in the world to collect, and when they collected a liquid that dripped from a saucer in Gulf Breeze, Florida, and sent it to MUFON, it disappeared. That's what I know about MUFON. I know that if aliens are really here, and the government wants to keep it a secret, all the publications dealing with the information and all the organizations investigating this would be infiltrated and controlled by the government to suppress the information. I know that if aliens are not real and the government is perpetrating this hoax, then they're doing it through those organizations and publications and through people like me that innocently was passed documents through my hands and tried to come out and talk about it. I don't know what you mean by blank. When I say MUFON, I'm talking about the people who run it and control it and finance it. I'm not talking about all the people in the little towns and stuff who are interested in UFOs. It's too late to be careful. I'm fighting a war and I need people on my side. And damn it, if somebody's on the battlefield in front of me, I'm going to run right over them. I am sorry, but that is exactly what I'm going to do. Yes, sir. I also know that not everybody's going to agree with me, and I don't expect you to, nor do I want you to. We're out of time. I'm sorry, I said 3 more questions, and I did a lot more than that. I want to thank you sincerely. You're probably the best citizens in Atlanta.